Okay, welcome back, everyone. I think Representative Summers had a question/comment.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And so in light of our discussion with the community colleges and the more I thought about the funding model and the relationship of LOIs and changing any of those formulas, I was hoping maybe staff would work with the Community College Commission to understand the impact of changing any of those LOIs, including the distance one. I do believe we need to update all that, but I think we need to understand what those impacts are and how that would look. So I was wondering if that's something that the chairs would be comfortable if staff worked in that direction.
Chairman Paxson said he would be. Senator Scott, would you be okay with maybe broadening a look at the LOI formulas a little bit? Have staff work with the Community College Commission?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. In specific, I think it is very clear that we need to fix the one on the distance learning. I'm also concerned that there was a change going from 1.5, I believe, to 1.25 on the ones that had some of the heavy, particularly lab expenses. I think we need to look at that a little bit too. I think we're going to be safer being relatively conservative and not changing things that we don't have a very clear case on. But I think looking at all of them is probably a good idea and see what the implications really are. Because obviously if we decide to change one, that bill would be a vehicle for, while it's still in the committee hands, for changing more than one. So having the staff take a look at that and see what the practical implications are, I think is a good idea.
Okay, the chairman have spoken. With that, let's move into our 1 o'clock topic, which is career and technical education programs. To kick us off, we're going to hear from the Wyoming Department of Education, Michelle Aldrich and Leslie Zimmerscheid. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ellis and committee members. I'm Dr. Michelle Aldrich, and I have the opportunity to serve as the Wyoming Department of Education State CTE Director, overseeing CTE K through 14 for Wyoming. I'm accompanied by our Chief Financial Officer on the far left, Trent Carroll, also by our Chief Academic Officer on my right, Shelley Hamill, and Leslie Zimmerscheid, the School Foundation Supervisor, who will be presenting information on state funding for career and technical education through the School Foundation account. I'd like to provide you with information regarding CTE funding. CTE funding is from two streams currently. The first funding stream is through federal Perkins funding, and until July 1st of 2018, Perkins funding was an entitlement program, meaning that if a district chose to apply, they were awarded funding and all of their CTE programs of study were able to be funded at the district's discretion. With the advent of Perkins 5 on July 1st of 2018, the focus changed to a process that evaluates the size, scope, and quality of a district's programs of study in light of a comprehensive local needs assessment that is required by our federal partners to be conducted at least once every 2 years. This fundamental change now focuses on special populations, which include English language learners, single parents and pregnant women, special education, dependents of military families, students in or aged out of foster care, students who are experiencing homelessness, and students who are economically disadvantaged, and students who are Native American. Wyoming is one of a handful of states who receives the minimum amount of funding awarded. Our funding supports secondary and post-secondary CTE education in Wyoming, with a 60-40 split. In 2020-2021, our total award was $5,392,734, of which $2,229,229 was awarded in initial allocations to the 37 districts that applied for the grant. Allowable uses include the purchase of equipment, supplies, and professional development as outlined in Perkins 5. In addition to the initial allocation, districts who participate in Perkins are also able to access additional grant funding through cutting-edge grants of up to $25,000 each, professional development grants for each of their Perkins-funded program CTE faculty at $2,500 per faculty member, and workplace discovery grants each year. Additionally, all districts are able to apply for state-funded CTE demonstration grants that are a collaborative grant between a district, a community college, and local business and industry partners. Our districts do an amazing job of using every dollar they receive, as is evidenced by the programs they offer. In 2021-2022, Wyoming high schools offered 3,434 career and technical education courses in 13 different industry sectors. The courses, in descending order, are listed below with the students. We had 57,227 students participate in CTE courses. Of course, naturally, some of those were duplicated because some of our students choose to take more than one and take multiples within one school year. The largest program of study was Agriculture, Food, and Natural Resources, with 514 courses offered and taken by 5,342 students that were enrolled. Human Services had 443 courses offered with 8,519 students enrolled. Business and Marketing had 422 courses with 8,350 students enrolled. Information Technology offered 408 courses with 6,385 students enrolled. Manufacturing had 290 courses with 6,462 students enrolled. Architecture and Construction had 244 courses with 4,508 students enrolled. Communication and Audiovisual Technology, 234 courses with 3,157 students enrolled. Engineering and Technology offered 232 courses with 3,381 students enrolled. Healthcare Services, 193 courses with 2,233 students enrolled. Hospitality and Tourism, 189 courses with 3,929 students enrolled. Transportation, Distribution, and Logistics, 165 courses with 3,400 students enrolled. Public Protective and Government Services offered 77 courses with 785 students enrolled. And Military Science, 33 courses were offered with 776 students enrolled. We are facing challenges with increased costs for consumables. An example is a 2x4 that used to cost $2.50 is now $7. CTE is heavily dependent upon technology and making sure that our students have equipment that is similar to that being used in industry so that they are prepared for the workforce as they exit our programs. CTE has changed, and we have courses such as CNC machining, where each CNC machine runs approximately $25,000. Our federal funding is not keeping pace with our increased demand, increased technology requirements, nor the increase in teacher salaries and benefits to be able to recruit and retain our CTE teacher workforce. So with that, I'll stand for any questions before turning this over to my colleague, Leslie Zimmerscheid.
Questions? Representative Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you. So the crew report, and I don't have it in front of me, but it basically, if I'm remembering correctly, districts aren't spending the allocation that they receive for CTE on CTE. In other words, that's not, is that correct in the crew report?
Ms.
Madam
Zimmerscheid?
Chair, Representative Summers, it's the allocation for supplies and materials, and that area, the crew report does show that districts do not spend the full amount allocated.
So, Madam Chairman, thank you. So I guess my question is, and I guess we're the policy people, right? But, so I just hear this story and then I look at that and we're not spending it. We're not spending the money on CTE, we're using it someplace else. So my question is, you can do that as a categorical exclusion and say you either get the money and you use it or you don't get the money. Or you could broaden the use of that and do a categorical exclusion. So that's only for materials, right? And supplies. So you could I'm asking, we could do these things maybe. So maybe you could broaden that and use that on teachers as well, CTE teachers, and then make that a categorical exclusion. But if we're not spending the money in K-12, and as the districts get up here, maybe a district that has some knowledge when they eventually have testimony, I'd like to understand why we're not spending that when there appears to be a need, right?
Department?
I can, Chairman Ellis, through you to Representative Summers. I have to tell you that I believe that districts do spend dollars on career and technical education. I think that it may not be a shiny new piece of equipment that has a tag on it. It may be that it's for replacement of laptops in a computer lab. It may be curriculum that isn't marked individually. So I believe that districts are spending that. It may just not be evidenced by a large single piece of equipment.
Okay, further questions? Alrighty, Ms. Zimmerscheid?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, committee members. Again, I'm Leslie Zimmerscheid, School Foundation Program Supervisor from the WDE. And I just want to quickly point out some of the numbers in our memo. The CTE programs in Wyoming are supported by both state and federal funds. The Wyoming model resourced approximately $6.2 million in fiscal year 21 for additional CTE funding above and beyond amounts resourced for core teachers and supplies. Combined with the Perkins allocation for districts of about $2.2 million, and then the additional Perkins grants, the state CTE demo grants, the districts received an additional amount of approximately $9.1 million in 2021. Expenditures for that same year, fiscal 21, from both federal and state sources are in Table 1 on our memo. And if you look at Table 1, you'll see that the majority of the funding, or approximately $23.5 million, was for salaries and benefits for direct instruction. Since the majority of the expenditures were for instruction, we've provided in Table 2 a historical look at the FTE of secondary teachers with a CTE assignment. Keep in mind that the model resources, core and elective teaching staff, and school districts allocate some portion of those positions to CTE in addition to the extra CTE component funding. And with that, I'll just ask if there are any questions about the numbers.
Questions? Seeing none, continue. Is that the end of your
That's-
presentation?
That's the end of our presentation.
Okay, committee members, any questions from the Wyoming Department of Education?
Madam Chairman.
Representative Harshman, then Representative Summers.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just summarize again, so the weighting on staff, if you could explain it to us, is really to provide smaller class sizes. You're in a wood shop. You don't want 35 students in a wood shop or whatever. Can you just kind of explain that and what the model provides in that area and the weighting piece of that? Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Ms. Zimmerscheid?
So we use the ADM from students who are enrolled in CTE courses that are part of a pathway. And using those numbers, then we, at a high level, we weight that 29%, which then gives us a weighted student count. And we use that weighted student count divided by 21 because that's the class size that the model provides for secondary. So we divide it by 21 to come up with the additional teacher FTE. And then that is multiplied by the district's staffing salaries for teachers.
Follow-up, Representative, are you good?
I think, so it's really about a 14-to-1. Is that what I'm hearing, kind of? Or
Madam Chair, I don't do the math in my head. I'm sorry.
on CTE courses? Somebody there will know that. I don't know. Maybe it's a little more, 15 or 16. But okay, thank you.
Representative Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you. So I'm going to beat the dead horse now that I got some information. So it looks like in 2020, 2021, only 56.7% of the funding model was actually expended on CT for supplies and equipment. That's down from 62% in 2011. And so, you know, I think you all need to help me understand, right? and I guess the districts will, but we need to understand, I need to understand, if we have such a need, then why are we not spending this money where it belongs to? And so I'm looking back at Kevin, and he will have a good explanation for me, maybe in public comment. Thank you.
Maybe a question better addressed by someone else, but you're welcome to respond if anyone would like to.
Madam Chair, I believe the districts are the experts there.
Okay.
Madam
Good.
Chair.
Representative Paxton?
And one of the other things on the salary part of that, a lot of the CTE teachers, or at least from my perspective, have an extended contract that goes beyond the 9 month that most teachers do. For example, ag teachers are usually on an 11-month contract because they're active with their FFA program during the summer and taking kids to the county fair and state fair and doing all those kinds of things. So that's a bit different than the normal classroom too, is that extended length of the contracts. And then of course there's maintenance of equipment and all kinds of other things that have to be done if you're going to maintain a good shop too.
Comments, response?
Madam Chairman.
Chairwoman Ellis, through you to Representative Paxton.
Before you begin, Senator Scott, I'll get to you right after this response.
Okay.
I believe that the districts will be able to address the extra duty contracts, but please know that not every CTE teacher and primarily only ag teachers do have extended contracts. Most CTE teachers do not work on extended contracts or have that opportunity.
Okay. Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, my question is some of this expenditure or lack of expenditure due to change in the nature of CTE? My perception is that while we still have the traditional ag metal shop welding kind of CTE going on, we're also seeing a lot more in the computer science area where you may not have the same kind of equipment requirements. And we're seeing more, I believe, in some of the healthcare areas where we're responding to demand for things like nurses and CNAs and that sort of thing. Is there a change in there that explains some of what's going on?
Or Dr. Aldrich?
Chairwoman Ellis, through you to Representative Scott. There may be some of that, but I will tell you that with health sciences, we just purchased 3 mannequins for $36,000. Mannequins and equipment for a health sciences program is very expensive. Trying to find faculty that can staff that, because in education, we're not able to pay similar to what the private sector pays for staffing. It can be very difficult. Some districts have done some great and creative things with working with local community colleges through dual enrollment and through some alternative programs to provide those health science classes. So some of it may be the nature, but I will tell you that many of the what we would call the legacy programs that have been historically common in communities such as our ag programs are also seeing an uptick in the need for technology. Ag Tech is one of the newest and up and coming programs that really focuses on drones and GIS mapping. The pieces of equipment that we're purchasing for most of our career and technical education areas are not what you may have experienced in your CTE experience growing up or in what your parents experienced. It's very, very technology heavy. When we look at STEM courses, where we have robotics, when we talk about computers that are have enough memory and software applications to be able to do coding and to run some of the Adobe software programs that we have, we're just very technologically heavy. So while some of it may be savings based on an economy of scale, or it may be that we have some courses that are less technology heavy, it really depends upon the course, but I would assert that that is not the reason for the funding not being spent.
Okay. Further questions? Michelle, could you talk to me a little bit about Perkins allocations? Because I see in here, there's like a distinction made between an allocation made to districts in the amount of about 2.2 million and then additional Perkins grants for about 400,000. Tell me how that works. I mean, and are we realizing all the funds that are available through Perkins?
Thank you, Chairwoman Ellis. Actually, we are recognizing all of the funds that are available through Perkins. Wyoming, as I noted, is one of the few states that receives the minimum allocation based on our population and our student enrollment. And with that, we have designated amounts that we have to set aside, for instance, for corrections or for non-traditional funding or for students that are in the Wyoming Boys School or the Wyoming Girls School. So those are funds that are designated and we're required to set aside by our federal partners. Then we're also able to set aside up to 15% in a reserve account, which is how we fund our cutting edge grants of up to $25,000 each. Our professional development comes out of that. There are just different grants that we offer. That was an attempt and an effort on our part to have small districts be able to access additional dollars, because you'll notice that some of those districts receive anywhere from $2,000 to $9,000. And Perkins can be labor intensive as far as the comprehensive local needs assessment and the reporting in order to attain that $2,000 to $9,000. So we've done some things to try and streamline that and make it an easier lift for districts. But we are accessing every single dollar that we can for career and technical education through Perkins funding in Wyoming.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to that. So you have small districts that would be eligible to receive between 2 and 9,000. And so are they, you just said you're trying to streamline it. So are they not applying right now, or are you applying on their behalf? I just don't understand how that works.
So thank you, Chairman Ellis. So we have, it's up to the district whether to apply or not. Some districts choose to apply, some districts choose not to apply. That's why you'll note that in 2020, 2021, we had 37 districts who took Perkins dollars rather than 48. That changes we've gone to a biennial application, so once every 2 years, they make that decision whether they're going to participate or not. We also have 3 small districts who work together as what we call a consortium, which is something that's new to Wyoming in the last 3 years. Niobrara County, Platte 2, and Weston 7 work together in a consortium through Eastern Wyoming Community College. So that really, it depends upon whether the district chooses to participate or not, and whether they are willing to complete the application. And then all of those districts who get that initial allocation are eligible for the additional grant funds through the reserve account.
This is our time to beat the dead horse, I suppose. How cumbersome is the application process for that?
Well, I will tell you that they are required to do the comprehensive local needs assessment once every 2 years. They're required to do that for additional grants as well. That's not just for Perkins. So they can do that and utilize it for some of the consolidated grant requirements. They also are then asked to complete an application that has 9 narrative questions on it and a budget. They are required to have advisory council meetings with business and industry at least twice a year for each of their programs of study, or with representatives for each of their programs of study. And they are required to upload the MOUs they have with the community colleges for concurrent enrollment. And then they do an end of the year report that consists of 3 narrative questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for the department? Okay, hang out. I'm sure we might have something that comes up. I should say, please hang out.
Thank you.
Make it more formal. Next, we'd like to hear about the direct implementation of these program offerings. We have Rob Hill, Grace Godfrey, Brian Farmer, Kevin Mitchell on our agenda. I don't know if Rob and Grace want to go, and then Brian and Kevin later. Maybe we'll tackle it that way. Welcome, and if you have anyone else that's here, part of your team or part of your testimony, please know you're welcome to have them sit with you at the dais if you'd like.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Chairman, and members of the committee. Rob Hill with Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education and President of Wyoming Skills USA. With me today is
Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm Grace Godfrey. I'm the ag teacher and FFA advisor at Moreland High School, as well as a past WVATA president, and have served on several committees as well as the Perkins 5 committee.
great, and to my right.
Brandon Cohn. I'm a CTE teacher at Campbell County High School. I'm past president of WACT and WTEA, and I'm also the Skills USA advisor at Campbell County.
Madam Chairwoman, we also have WACT members in attendance here, Heath Horniker and Jason Egamar, both past division presidents. Today, I think it's important to understand the history of the 29% additional CT funds that were created in 2003. The legislature very wisely understood the importance of having a skilled workforce and knew it would require additional funding and smaller class sizes. We understand the importance of local control, and we also understand the importance of honoring the intent of this law. So on the topic of career and technical education programs, funding and expenditures, the Wyoming Association for Career and Technical Education have been asked to offer input about district implementation and program offerings. We see two important issues. One, the discrepancy between funding model and actual CTE expenditures. And two, increasingly large sizes in technical education courses. On the first issue of funding for career and technical education, we'll discuss the statutory funding level, known as the 29% formula, highlight the CTE expenditures reported in the Continued Review of Educational Resources in Wyoming, or the CREW report, and report on actual program budgets. Under current law, the rationale of the 29% weight of grades 9 through 12 student FTEs is to provide additional teachers to ensure that CTE courses have a smaller class size than 21, if necessary, and allocate additional CTE teachers. The current shortage of CTE teachers in the state is exacerbating the problem and leading to larger class sizes, particularly in our larger high schools. A high student to teacher ratio in CTE courses is problematic due to limited equipment, space, and resources. The legislative model suggests an amount equal to $10,315.40 per vocational education teacher FTE. According to the Continued Review of Educational Resources in Wyoming report that was prepared for the Joint Education Interim Committee in September of 2019, districts are using 62% of funding model suggestions, a $1,092,254 shortfall. As discussed earlier, the question from Representative Summers is the 38% is the part that we can't define. So what we've done is gone in and looked at a number of budgets from small schools, middle-sized schools, large schools, and did some sampling within our organization to look at actually what makes it to the actual budget per FTE. Grace is going to speak to that next.
Madam Chairman. While the discrepancy may be partially due to reporting errors, the survey of our membership that we did found statistically consistent results. The average annual budget for CTE materials and equipment, within our sampling was $5,750, according to the mere 25% of our membership that we got from our survey. Based on our survey, then, as you see below on your handout, we have a sampling of 3 different sizes of high schools. In your large school with an FTE of 9.5, we have one school reporting that they have an average of $3,415 spent within their per FTE or within their department, and another large school that's not listed reporting at $7,100. I'll just be frank and tell you that Moreland High School is in the middle range school, and those are our numbers. We have 4.5 FTEs, which equals $8,186. So we don't fall very short of the $10,000. And then in the small school, we have represented there two FTE, two FTE with an average of about 6,000. Now, certainly, again, you ask yourself, as Representative Summers asked, where is that money going? Why don't I have the whole $10,315.40? And I like to call it the black hole. Okay, it may go to a variety of things, summer contracts, as was presented earlier, salaries and those type of things, but without seeing it directly from your district, I don't really know where that money is coming from. Now, when we talk about the impact of increasingly large class sizes for CTE, I think that's happened for a couple different reasons, but let's talk about the three primary concerns. When we talk about an increased class size, lack of equipment for all of the students, safety, as Representative Harshman mentioned earlier, and less time on task for students. If I don't have enough equipment, it's hard for me to keep you busy, okay? Data shows an increased demand for CTE courses. So with not enough teachers, schools tend to increase class size. As an inception of the law, class size was much smaller and suggested a maximum of 20 students. Data requests from the WDE revealed class sizes of well above 20 and common between 25 and 28. We note that most of those large class sizes are coming from those that have larger schools. The result of a larger class size has implications for CTE. When a class size exceeds available equipment, then student learning decreases due to the lack of time on task. Safety is compromised as the student's density increases, and it creates a burden on the on the local district. I will tell you that currently I'm supposed to teach 6 classes and have the 7th period as a prep. I actually teach 9 courses because I double up in those areas because we have a lack of teachers and we don't want to turn students away. So I might have a horticulture class of 20 and an advanced horticulture class at the same time of 6, for an example. As Dr. Aldridge also alluded, with the change in curriculum and how those things are advancing, for example, I do teach GIS and drones, and that brings a whole new technology and equipment that we maybe didn't have a prior access to. And so those changes are also need to be taken into consideration. We could not fill our auto position in for this current school year. And so as a result, we had to hire somebody from business and industry who could only be there half-time. Students lost 3 electives. And so then those kids have to go somewhere and they come back to other CTE courses, which then increases your class size. Originally, when the funding model was put out, we had large shops back in the day. And then when schools were rebuilt in the 2005, 2006 era, we shrank that size, okay? And now, with the change in Hathaway requirements where students don't have to take foreign language, they can take CTE, as the class size number has gone back up. And so again, as Mr. Hill alluded, we have seen a rise in the students that are attending those courses.
Madam Chairwoman, a point to maybe think about when we look at class size. If we do the average of class sizes, that can be problematic. So an example would be if we had a class of 25, another of 25, and then a class of 10. On the books, it looks like we have 20 student average, but 2 out of 3 of our courses are out of the range and would be a safety and equipment issue at that point. So something to think about as far as averaging class sizes. Mr. Cohen, would you like to speak from a large school perspective?
So I came, Madam Chairwoman and Co-Chair and committee members, I came to support these two. I came down from Campbell County, and like I said, I am a former president of WACD and of WTEA. At 39 years old, I'm now the department head at our school. I'm the old man, which didn't think that was going to happen. So we are seeing a turnover even in the veteran teachers, and that's a problem. One thing I would like to do is thank this committee. I was involved in the reworking of the success curriculum and giving kids the choice to go after the classes that are their passions and still receive Hathaway money. One of the things that we've seen with that, though, is our class sizes have gone up. And at least in our school, we have the equipment. It's the consumables that are the issue. It was the WDE talked about the price of a 2x4, the price of metal, the price of everything is going up, and our classes are packed, and just the time on task that our students are having now is greatly affected by the cost of materials. Thank you.
Questions for our panelists? Representative Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you. So the rising class size is a function of not being able to hire teachers, right? We've talked about that. And so that's kind of a chicken and the egg. If you can't hire them, you're going to have, if you want to have the program, you're going to have higher class sizes. This issue of whether they're expending the full amount on supplies and equipment is a different issue. And I don't know whether we expand that, whether we acquired. It's kind of funny. I was looking at the dollars and cents that the WDE was giving us, and it looked like supplies and materials, 1.6 million, and then special revenue. I would assume that maybe is Perkins. So I don't know if they're using the CTE supplies and equipment that from the general fund to match Perkins. And so or what's going on there, but maybe some of the problem is what we allow this to be expended on. And is there a broader category that we could allow districts to spend the money on and get more benefit out of it, perhaps?
Madam Chairwoman and Representative Summers, to your first question, there's two parts to that. We've seen an increasing demand for CTE. We know that by looking at the data. We've seen a recovery from pre-Hathaway numbers, so that's certainly encouraging. We've also seen a shortage of CTE teachers, so when you combine the two of those, it becomes problematic. And we've got a good problem that we have demand, and we've got a teacher issue that we need to train up a new generation of teachers to meet those needs. As far as funding sources, there are some earmarks on the Perkins that we can't use for materials and things like that. So I think from a teacher perspective, consumables are so important to the actual program. The administrator has to look at, in fairness to them, a lot of equipment issues. And we do see equipment come in at the end of the year if there's extra funds available. But the question is it 38%? And my guess is no, from the data we've looked at. Does that help to answer? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Grace?
Representative Summers, I would just say, in response to your first question, in the teacher shortage, the University of Wyoming isn't making any more. They graduated 9 ag teachers, and I think 4 of them went out of state. 1 decided not to teach at all, but they didn't graduate anybody in any of the other CTE fields. And so that becomes an issue. I like to move around a lot as ag teachers. Somebody, as the discussion alluded to yesterday, how many were available jobs? Well, I leave, Rob's gonna take my place, and Rob's position is open. So that may be not a true assumption. We, in Washington County School District number 1, get about $39,000 in Perkins money. You can either supplant or supplement. And so as Mr. Hill alluded to, sometimes you can buy equipment and sometimes you can't. Your new equipment has to be able to do something other than what you want to replace. And so if you look at my budget in particular in the middle school size school, I get $6,200 to spend in my department. And as I told you earlier, I have 9 classes that I need to spread that out, and 2 of those are in the shop, and 1 of those is to manage a greenhouse. So if my drill press that is older than I am, which is old, dies, okay, I have to decide, am I gonna use $2,500 out of my $6,200 to get a new drill press, because I can't use Perkins, because a drill press is a drill press is a drill press.
Representative Nyman?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess my question would be, going back to your talk about the fact that we're just not graduating ag people, CTE technicians out of the UW. What's the deal there? Maybe give me some insight from your position. I mean, why, I guess I'll preface this question by, the community colleges are obviously moving young people out of those degrees, are they not? And if they are, where are they going? If they're not going to the University of Wyoming, or if they are, why are they not finishing or being completed? So where's the disconnect? I mean, if there's that much demand, why are we not seeing more people coming out from that degree rating?
Ms. Godfrey?
Madam Chair and Representative Nyman, I would tell you that Lindsay Freeman, who has been the ag educator through the University of Wyoming, has done a phenomenal job in recruitment for ag ed. I believe she told me that she has 47 students enrolled in her program, for the fall of 2022. She will be vacating that position and will be at LCCC, and so the University of Wyoming is looking to fill that position, and maybe they have. I'm not quite sure. Ag in particular, I can tell you, has a Teach Ag initiative through National FFA, and so they are doing a really good job of promoting becoming an ag teacher within the National FFA organization. And so I think that's one of the things that we as ag teachers and FFA is doing better than some CTSOs and other areas. I don't know why students aren't going to the university in those areas. As we alluded to the other day, I think the stress of being a teacher is extremely high. And when you're faced with that as a student teacher, you may or may not decide that that's your path. And so I don't know the answer to the other departments and where those people are going or why they're not coming there. But as we phase out in auto, for example, if we lose our business and industry teacher, we'll probably have to close that program because, as I mentioned earlier, we don't make them anymore. And so then as a result, students aren't given that opportunity, and then class sizes get bigger again because we have to fill those kids have to go somewhere.
Okay. Further, did you have a comment, Mr. Hill?
Oh, go ahead.
If you want to finish
It's okay.
that's fine. I'd love to hear your thoughts, and then we'll ask or hear from Representative Harshman.
I'm good to take question. Thank you.
Representative Harshman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the question and then a comment, Madam Chair. And then, so you haven't said that you just don't have enough materials for your students, do you? I mean, I haven't heard that. Do you have enough materials to teach your kids? I mean, somebody say, hey, we can't do this project because we don't have any metal to burn today, right?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Harshman, that is a problem in the state. Our district where I work at tends to do a little bit higher with that, but we certainly have issues with people having enough consumables, especially with the inflation we've all been talking about today. Consumables are still an issue.
Ms.
Okay,
Godfrey, Mr. Cohn, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Harshman, I would just say that I don't know how many other ag teachers you know other than Representative Paxton, but we have a tendency to rat hole and get materials wherever we can. And so I think that's, while I don't have enough supplies, I lean pretty heavily on my community to fill that gap. And so we have some, Wyoming Sugar, for example, donates metal to us, whatever they have left over. And so I think we're really good at finding supplies and things when we know the answer is going to be no, so that kids can be successful.
Mr. Cohn?
I concur. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Love you.
Business and industry partners.
Nice brief answer. There you go. Did you have a
think,
follow-up?
Yeah, and I think, the problem, not every discipline of teachers have an active group like you guys. So I really applaud you for getting organized, but the same issue is facing English teachers, elementary school teachers. I mean, I think the model-based salary now is $37,500 for this next year. It's actually dropped because we didn't sustain ECAs. And I don't think there's one of the 48 school districts doing a $37,500 base. It just wouldn't, you couldn't get a teacher. And so, we used to have a legislative model that was 100 million more than the consultant's model. Now it's 20 million less and dropping. And so districts have hired fewer of us to keep competitive wages. And we've heard a lot about that yesterday, and even that's getting tougher. And, so I don't think, I hear you, but I think the idea of trying to go in and make a categorical thing, that's a slippery slope, I think. And all of us, I don't think anybody here ran for election saying they want to be the school board of the state and that they know better than all the local elected school boards. So it's a tough issue for us. And I think we just got to keep working this, but I think 37,500 is part of that problem. And because the local boards then are trying to figure it out, how do I even fill these positions? And I'm not going to fill it with a $37,500 starting salary. And so it's an issue we just got to all keep working on, and we know what the solution is, but we got to keep collectively working there. So appreciate you, and we'll just keep plugging away at it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Feel free to respond.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments, Representative Harshman, and it really is a difficult subject to talk about when the categorical versus into the funding. We think a real positive outcome of this might be to tighten up how the reporting is done, and we can get a more accurate look at how expenditures are actually spent. Then we really know what we have there, and we're very willing to work with the WASO group to design something where we can know the actual expenditures.
Additional questions? Representative Nyman, sorry about that. I think you
That's
had
fine.
your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just curious, when I was in VOAG, us kids were responsible to bring our own metal and materials. We had to scrounge up lumber and metal, and what we did was we traded ranchers or something like that. You bring us material, we'll build you panels, we'll build you feed bunks, whatever. So materials was not a huge issue because we got out and we dug for people that needed projects done, and it gave us experience. How much of that goes on today? Because the way I'm listening right now, it sounds kind of like you guys are supplying a lot of the materials for these folks. Are they responsible to pay for or to try to generate some of this material to keep some of your costs down and help spread out some of that cost?
Ms. Godfrey?
Madam Chair, Representative Nyman, I think that has changed. As kids have changed, as family dynamics have changed, those type of things. Certainly if I require a young lady or a young man to be responsible for a project, a wood or metal project, that may or may not happen based upon their family need or socioeconomic income. As if you remember yesterday, the map, Washakie County falls below that 100. And so we are a county of lower socioeconomic status. And we're really thankful for those business and industry partners because we've taken the stance at Washakie County School District number 1 not to charge a lab fee because we want any student to have the opportunity to take those classes and not discourage them based upon that. So while I would agree with you, several years ago when I was in VOAG, as you mentioned, that was the case. We brought our projects from home and we made projects that we needed. And so much now, my ag students aren't traditional ag students. They maybe come from right in town and they have no idea what a feed bunk is or why they would need one.
Okay, any other responses from panelists? Okay. Any other comments? Any other questions? I did want to visit or just get your feedback. You know, I think we did hear about the pipeline from UW in producing teachers in career tech. And then we heard this morning discussion about the BAS degrees offered from community colleges. Has there been, to your knowledge, some discussion between or in those circles about opportunities to prepare teachers to teach?
Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you. Yeah, we are currently having conversations on how best to support CTE in the state, and those conversations have been taking place. We know that we need those teachers, and it's going to take business and industry support and some direction in the state. But yes, as far as trying to redesign that and align it to modern needs, that we're working on that.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Summers?
Madam Chairman, just on that last note, Representative Paxton and I have worked with Rob and others and UW and community colleges, and we're having a continuing conversation on how best to try to manage this going into the future to get more career tech teachers. So we're plugging along in the background on it.
You know, this might be appropriate. We do have representatives from the University of Wyoming sitting in our audience. If you'd like to address those concerns before we move on to our next group of individuals who will be testifying, you're welcome to do that. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Board, Committee, sorry. Neil Theobald, Scott Thomas, the University of Wyoming. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. As you know, I came into this position about 10 months ago and came into the end of a rather important history of the community colleges, the committee, and the University of Wyoming working to address this very problem about teachers in career and technical education. I understand that there was a committee put together, or a set of working groups put together to focus on the production issues, the programming issues, the marketing issues, communication issues around this. As I walked in, I took a hard look at the programming that resulted from that, and Representative Paxton, Representative Summers, Dr. Theobald, Rob, we met a while ago to talk a little bit about this. We have, as a result of that, this is my assessment, created a very impressive 2+2 program, 2 years in the community college, 2 years at UW, that can actually be stretched into a 2.5, 1.5 program, that there's a provision that can allow a student to take 3.5 years of their work at the community college before transferring to UW. The students don't have to even come to UW for that last 1.5 years. There's an online component for this program. The program meets all of the requirements of our accreditors. The program meets the requirements of the state. It's a fine program by any measure, but we're not getting any students in this program, and this is a fundamental problem. This is yesterday, in testimony yesterday, I noted that we're taking this very seriously. We recognize the magnitude of this crisis and the unique nature of CTE in Wyoming relative to other states. Stipulate that this is a top priority for a variety of reasons. We're taking this on with a significant marketing effort that will be extended to all of our programs in the college education, but we'll be leading with marketing around CTE to see if we can get a market response to our programs. I'm quite confident, having looked at programs across the country in CTE, that if there is a demand for this programming, we have a very high quality product service, if you will, that will attract the best students. We'll find out, we'll be testing the market with a aggressive and sustained marketing and communications campaign, not only targeted at students, but targeted at our colleagues across the state who obviously do not even have an awareness of what we've been able to build at the University of Wyoming. I'll leave it right there.
Thank you. Questions for the Dean? Representative Paxton?
Madam Chairman, You know, the one thing lacking, I think, in the community colleges is basically the student teaching component. And so I'm wondering, has the university set up a program that would be specific to the CTE to handle those folks that might be coming through that program, to provide them with with a student teaching experience? Are you equipped to do that? Do you have folks in place that can actually do that?
Dean Thomas.
Thank you. Representative Paxton, yes, we are. We're equipped to do that and ready to go. We're placing students as they do come through quite slowly in the technical areas and quite successfully in the agricultural areas, as was noted earlier. The machinery is there to make this work. We need to figure out how to raise awareness about the opportunities and the importance of this. And there are a lot of factors to it. I come back to what we have control over within the university. And we're quite committed to seeing success here. I know that the president is also committed to this, but do hear that the leadership at the university is going to find a way to make sure we have all the barriers out of the way to success of this program.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would we be better served by having sort of a 3+1 program with the community colleges whereby they have the equipment, the labs, the things that most of our students need? Would we be better equipped to look at a 3+1 program rather than a 2+2?
Dean Thomas.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Paxton, I am wide open to that consideration. I want to do what's best for our students and what's best for our state. We also need to maintain the integrity of our educational programs. I'm sure we can find a way to do this, but hear me loud and clear. We want to work with everyone to find the right solution to this program. We are not going to be the barrier to success in CTE.
Okay. Further questions? Representative Harshman.
Right. Uh-huh. Right.
Whatever the profession. I get it, but I mean, I don't even know if that program was in existence. There's the other states run some type of, incentives like that. Hey, you can teach in the state for 5 years after graduation. We'll help you with some of your student loan debt, or those kind of incentives like we currently do with our Wyoming kids with kids who plan. That's the whole idea, is to try to get them to come back to the state with their practice.
Dean.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Harshman, yes, there are many popular schemes that do have some success with loan forgiveness, discounting tuition. I've come to quickly learn that we're not big fans of comparing ourselves to Colorado, but yesterday I read in the Colorado paper, the Colorado had just actually just passed a bill that would provide loan forgiveness for students who are going into teaching, not just CTE.
Follow up, Representative Harshman.
I'll turn it over. Thanks. And then I've turned my mic on this time, but well, I appreciate it. Maybe you can bring to the committee some ideas on that for our next meeting. Some of these, we know it's successful in WWAMI compared to the University of Wyoming residency programs. We have a higher return with WWAMI. It's a different deal, but it's witchy, and kind of give us some ideas maybe on that, if there's some good models out there. It seems like we used to have a program at one time, the teacher student loan repayment thing or some deal we used to have, but I think we defunded that a few years back. But anyway, we're looking for ideas to kind of solve some of this, because part of this, this CTE thing is like everything else. We got to get more young people in the pipeline and keep them like you talked about. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam.
Dean.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you, Representative Harshman. I will come back with a set of examples of what has worked in other states. I would note in my previous comment, while states like Colorado has just done will be forgiving loans for students who meet certain requirements going into teaching. There are other approaches to this. We have the Hathaway Scholarship that was also supposed to address this on the front end. There's a Hope Scholarship in Georgia that's designed to try to keep students make college affordable, but also keep students within states. But we'll come back to you with a couple of typologies and some examples in each typology that you might consider. Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along those lines, is the possibility that we've heard that I think occurs in other states as well, which is the pipeline concept of if there are going to be, we'll say, 5 to 7 jobs where there's clear interest in the state to have an educator in that role, it would be great for us to know beforehand, to be able to communicate that to the students, and then potentially have some type of prepayment or agreement with the district where you are absorbing some of the costs ahead of time as an enticement to not only join the field, but then to participate in the program that Representative Harshman is talking about, where you basically have a wraparound. At that point, you've got the marketing side of it and the recruitment side, as well as the reward side at the other end. So I think there's a variety of models out there. And for clarity, Dean, it's okay to compare us with Colorado as long as we're ahead, right?
Thank you.
So like, yeah, anyway.
Noted.
Dean, you're welcome to respond.
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Rothfuss, thank you. In the table that we displayed yesterday of the Big 13, I'm sorry, it was the table where we had the openings in our enrollments. It's exactly where cost, price incentives, salary incentives, and marketing would hit the nail on the head. I have not seen a state that has done that really well. Colorado certainly hasn't done that well.
Dean, I did have a question about this marketing. I'm wondering how, because we've talked about it broadly, and I think yesterday you said 40 million. Is that what I heard? Or what was the number you threw out for your marketing campaign? 40 million is way too high. I just
I did
realized
not
that.
throw out a number, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misheard. But what is the strategy then for that campaign? Because it seems like, in my view, if you have a career tech, someone who's studying welding or diesel engines at LCCC, and that professor there says, have you ever thought about a career in teaching CTE? Like, I see a nexus there that I don't quite see at the University of Wyoming, where you might have a student because they're not studying welding at UW, right? So I'm just curious, like, how this marketing campaign, a little bit more nuance to it, would be helpful for me.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for the opportunity to explain all of this. We're working with a firm that's helping us segment the different audiences that we'll be speaking to. Of course, when you think about marketing for enrollments in post-secondary programs, you think about marketing potential students. That would be one segment, but marketing teachers who are teaching the students in high schools, marketing business sector in different communities who might have contacts with students that they're going to need to bring into their workforce. That would be a segment. Marketing with our colleagues at the community colleges so that there's an awareness of these pathways and these programs from the community college to UW and the character of them, that you don't even need to go to Laramie to do this work. Again, come back to the business community and marketing with the business community to help them promote this work with their colleagues at community colleges, UW, and in the communities that they're serving as well. So a multifaceted approach, and it will not be $40 million.
Not 40
I think
million.
my college budget is $40 million.
Clearly tired. It's been a long couple days. No, but I just again put a finer point on it. Is it television? Is it a mailer? Is it a phone call? What is it? I'm just curious what.
Well, it's
what the
probably not,
marketing is.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairwoman, it's probably not a PDF stuck outside a faculty member's office, although I'm sure we'll see quite a few of those because they do reach a point. But it would be, I could envision mailing. I could envision certainly web and web presence with people. We have a variety of different social media approaches where we can target students and families that might be of interest with this type of programming. In my wildest dreams, maybe this is my $40 million budget, but we would have billboards strategically placed. Now a billboard in Hannah is probably different than a billboard in Cheyenne. But there have to be different channels that we're going to operate on. This won't be your traditional approach to just moving enrollment.
Representative Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you. One of the pieces of paper we got yesterday was on this apprenticeship program that's being developed, and part of that is an apprenticeship at the student level for recruitment, right? And I think that's where you do it. I mean, the reason the ag thing is successful is because ag kids want to go back into ag. And so if you can start, and it's the FFA thing, it's all of that leads into more of those teachers. So what we got to do is start with, at that level, we got to start in school with the kids that are in CTE programs in high school, and the recruiter's got to be the CTE teacher there. And you got to start these apprenticeship and get people in the pipeline to want to go. And you go to the trades, right? You go to the construction companies, and their kids may want to be a construction manager job, and so you can build it, but we're going to have to build this thing from the ground up, I think. And I think Rob's got some good ideas too.
Thank you. We'll let you off the hot seat. Thank you. I know that was impromptu. I appreciate your willingness to come up. The next individuals we have on our agenda are Brian Farmer and Kevin Mitchell. Welcome.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, I'm Kevin Mitchell, Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of School Administrators. Working in collaboration with Mr. Farmer and the School Board Association, we have a small group of administrators that are going to present. We also have a couple of superintendents that would like to present, and I'll reserve my remarks for public comment. Thank you. I'll introduce Mr. Bruce Thorne. Superintendent Shoshone is leading that group.
Okay. For those individuals, if you want to come up, we'll hear from all of you. And I think most of you are very familiar with our protocol. All questions come through the chair, and just make sure you introduce yourself when you speak so we know who you are, and for the folks online who are listening.
Good afternoon, Chair Ellis, members of JEC. Appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. We've got a lot to talk about. I took some copious notes as you were asking questions, so I hope to be able to address the majority of those. With me, I'll let my fellow presenters introduce themselves.
Charles Hosky, currently the superintendent, Johnson County School District number 1, also a former vocational teacher before entering the administrative world.
Jake Evans, current KC principal, past 18 years in ag ed before becoming a principal.
Carol Jellicoe, Chair, Sweetwater County School District number 1, Board of Trustees in Rock Springs.
Thank you. Heard a lot of testimony the last couple of days.
I'm so sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Bruce Thoren, superintendent in Shoshone, Wyoming. You're welcome. Heard a lot of testimony the last 2 days regarding a lot of things, especially with teachers, potential teacher shortages, et cetera. In your packet, you'll see that there was a survey that was kicked out to superintendents over this last week. And in looking at CTE, which would also include ag, anything in those areas, there were 28 CTE positions that haven't been filled in the last 2 years. Now, I can't tell you if it wasn't filled last year and this year as well, if that was counted as 2 or 1. It was a quick survey. So we've got those 28 openings. I've personally experienced the situation. I've advertised for a CTE teacher, haven't been able to fill it. I had an art teacher that worked on a welding pipeline, and I said, hey, guess what? We're gonna get you PIC certified. We're gonna get you to the classroom, and we're gonna run down that road with you. His passion is for art, and he needs to be in art, and he had some art classes and some welding and woods classes. And fortunately for me, I was aware of another individual that was a teacher previously in Riverton, started his own business and has been running his own business for the last 10 or 12 years. I went to Corey and I said, hey, Corey, you kind of get to be an old guy like me, only 5, 6 more years. You can get your retirement taken care of, and was able to enlist his help. And so he's going to be working for our district next year as well. So running through those, it's a recruitment thing. It's a getting in front of people. It's just to the point of these kids coming into the program. UTI comes into my classrooms, Wyotech comes into my classrooms, and guess what? They get kids out of my classrooms that enroll in their programs. So getting that personal touch, I think, is imperative to moving these things forward and being able to fill these positions that we've got a lot coming up. And we've got some testimony here in a little bit that's going to talk about the aging, some of our teachers. And anyway, so addressing the crew report, if you were to pull my stats out of the crew report, I would be at 33% funding level. It's not a true statement. I had the opportunity last year to learn substantially. My business manager was out. She had some pretty serious illnesses within her family, and she was gone all year for the most part. So I learned the business manager side of the house pretty thoroughly. Going through that and going through that process obviously grew me as an individual as well. That crew report, I sent a email out to Susan Williams. She forwarded on to Tristan Green at WDE. And I said, hey, I know that I'm spending more than that on my CTE programs. So what gives with this? Is it only from the budget account code 1530? And the response I got back was, yes, we only pull that data from the 1530 budget code. Small school. I do have one teacher that, my ag teacher, he teaches 7 and 8. So 0.25 of his time is 7 and 8, and 0.78 of his time is 9-12. So in the 1530 category is my ag teacher's salary, supplies, benefits, those things. I have a woods teacher, I have a welding teacher, woods and welding, excuse me. That individual is in the general high school accounting code, 1130, I believe is what that is. 1350. Regardless, I went through and, because I know my people, where's Andy paid out of? Where's Damien paid out of? Where's their supplies? Where's their budgets? Those types of things. So the long and short of it is, in looking at that, my salaries and benefits for CTE in my small district are $192,858.81. That's equivalent to 2.1 positions. That's what that's paying for. Our 2.9 allocation for CTE equates to about $14,000. My district chooses to emphasize in CTE. It's a very agricultural-based community, and we do. That's a board directive. It's a board decision. It's how they want to spend their money. With that 1530 idea still continuing on to the supplies budget, in looking at that, our allocation through the 0.29 is about $26,074. When I take a look at the supply budget associated with Andy Wimpin, who's in the general, and I also have a early childhood, Heidi Christensen, she does early childhood and some of those types of things. Her budget's in the elementary education realm. The only thing I could really tell you about that, from a business manager perspective, I can understand their rationale. This person is getting paid out of the elementary budget. This person is getting paid out of the high school budget. This person is getting paid out of the vocational budget. So there's some work that we need to do on our local end to make this 1530 category trued up. I've had these conversations. Rob and I are good friends. We talk a lot, and we've had these conversations. I'm not saying there's not room to grow and there's not a need to look at some of these areas and true some of these things up, but there's also other things within budgets that not everybody's aware of unless you play in that realm. So my actual expenditures on supplies in my district is $24,500. So I'm about $1,000 short. But looking at that, there's additional things that play into effect, and keeping federal funds, keeping Perkins aside, keeping other grants aside, those brought in about $155,000 into my district last year. That supplemented our CTE programs. Now, that's not for everybody. Everybody doesn't like to play in that world. Everybody doesn't like to play in the Perkins world. Everybody doesn't like to play in the grants world. And grants are that. They may hit, they may not. But we're going after them. We're a small district, and we believe in the importance of that, and we're going after them. So the other piece that doesn't show up on that 1530, our FFA group, I think out of the last 9 years, 8 of those years, they've gone to the national competition. And going to nationals, They do raise some money, but our board, as I said, also feels that CTE is very important, and they help fund that. They help fund that travel, they help fund that competition. Unfortunately, we don't play in, I see Janie back here in the Skills USA yet, but with Corey coming on board, we'll be playing in that realm as well, because I believe in those competitions and believe in the experience for our kids. It's very important to compete against other kids and show their skills. So just, budgets statewide are developed in numerous ways. I have my fingers in the budget in my small school. I know the intricacies of what's happening at the elementaries, the intricacies of what's happening at the secondary. Unfortunately, not everybody's in that same boat. I couldn't imagine here in Casper with the high schools and the junior highs and the elementaries, superintendent having their fingers in all those budgets, making sure the account codes were correct and things were right. But the long and short of it is that I'm going to let some of these other people talk and quit. But there's more to this story. There's more to the funding piece. And in talking with Rob this morning, quite honestly, I let him know what I was going to talk about. And and he said, if we can get a win out of this from an accounting structure, accounting perspective, that's a minimal win we can live with, we can move forward with. But I also think that we've got to take a serious look at those budgets as well. I'm a CTE teacher. That's where I started. This guy thinks an ag teacher where he started, and another ag teacher over here. So you got a vested interest, you do, within the folks that are sitting here. And Carol's going to talk about her CTE Academy. So anyway, I'm going to turn the floor over. I'll entertain any questions first.
Any questions for the superintendent? Seeing none, welcome.
All right, Madam Chairwoman, I spent 18 years as an ag teacher before I went to the dark side, so I'm newly minted, just so you know. But when I delve over into the side that I am and I get the opportunity of seeing things at a 10,000-foot view, I also took over taking on the Perkins grant for my district. And out of my 10 CTE teachers in my district, 60% of those will be leaving the profession in the next 5 years. They will be retiring. So we're not talking about just leaving teachers because they don't want to be a teacher anymore or leaving the profession. We've hit the age where we want to hang up the spurs and go do something else. And so that is a concern for me as my CTE department. The Perkins grant is important in order for us to keep that funding, that we have to have somebody that is CTE certified in that program, running that program, that's willing to go through the process of the needs for Perkins for professional development. So in that aspect, we've heard a lot of testimony today, and we heard some yesterday about the need for more teachers. And one of those things that seems to be a hinge for a lot of young people that are leaving school and going out into the workforce, especially in CTE world, is that they don't want to go to school to be a teacher for 4 years, to come back and make 60% to 50% of what they would make in 2 years after they get a degree or associate's degree from a local college. So those are some areas that are a struggle, just to make it that aware to you. I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Questions for Principal Evans? Seeing none, whoever'd like to go next.
All right, Madam Chair, Charles Oski, again, the superintendent of Johnson County School District number 1. And just to clarify, I wasn't an ag teacher, I was a vocational teacher.
Oh, sorry.
Dang it. But in that process, I want to come back and talk about, in the ag world or the vocational world, this is a specialized teaching certification you're talking about. We're not talking about somebody just going to welding school and then becoming a vocational teacher. We're going to talk about your medium-sized schools, your larger schools, you can be selected, but when we look at these people, they have to teach woods, drafting, welding, auto mechanics, small engine repair. There are a lot of different, it's a specialized, it's kind of like what we deal with in science. There's a lot of areas that you have to be specialized in when you're as a teacher that you're starting to grow. So that's never been brought to the table yet, but this is a specialized area that requires more than just one class in some cases, because you're competing with an industry that's overseen by OSHA. All right. We're also haven't talked about, yeah, we can add another teacher, but if you don't have the facility to add another class, you don't have the facility to add another shop, you're just going to put 2 teachers in an already crowded shop room, depending on what your facility allows you to do. So those are some of the challenges that come in. And I'll come back and tell a little bit about my journey. I had no intention of being a teacher. I went into ag business, the vocational area. However, my professors seen something in me that I didn't see, and that recruiting started very early in, you need to go into education. So some of the things we're talking about with the junior colleges and University of Wyoming is it kind of starts there too. When you have somebody that has an interest in an area, is being able to identify that cream of the crop that say, hey, you'd be a good teacher. Because let's be realistic, not everybody going into any of these careers is cut out to be a teacher, because it's a very specialized world in what we do. All right. It also comes back to the motto of the University of Wyoming is we need more cowboys. Right? So we also need to start talking about, we need more educators. We need to start publicizing this. I'm going to come back around to a conversation I had with a young teacher last week who just received their national board certification, is kind of in that prime of their career, is ready to quit. All right? They're burned out. 20 kids in the classroom. All right, doesn't feel support. As a matter of fact, have 3 parents on them because they're rewriting specific curriculum for 3 kids in the classroom. We're trying to provide a para. In addition to the 17 other kids, they're exhausted at the end of the day. I think the national statistic that says they make 1,500 decisions in one day is probably way off. If you are a K-1-2 teacher, you probably made 1,500 decisions by 10 o'clock with how you're redirecting kids and what you're doing. In addition to this, they do have families. They want to go home. They want to be happy, but they're going home and the stress level of coming back, dealing with a parent the next day, or maybe an issue that has to address it, or having that conversation about the school district asking more about what they're doing with curriculum, how they're aligning to the assessments. Guess what? Your data piece is there. There's a huge commitment on the behalf of educators with what we're asking them to do. As a vocational teacher in Wright, maybe it was because I wasn't smart enough to figure it out, but reality is my starting salary was $20,000. And I had a kid come up to me and says, why am I going to go to school like you, Mr. Oskey? I'm going to graduate from high school and I'm going to make $50,000 in the mine. I'm going to make $30,000 more than you are right out of the chute. Why do you have to do 4.5 years of education to teach all the areas that you're in? Some of those things are the same challenges that we have. You have a kid that's great in welding. They might not be a drafter. They have no interest in teaching drones. They have no interest in teaching a drafting program that is very complicated, because there's a whole bunch of different things that require that. I get to go to my job, I get to come home, it doesn't require a lot of extra training. So we got to start recruiting these people and understanding that vocation is important. I'm passionate about it, but it takes a pretty special individual that wants to be able to teach all those areas and teach them effectively. So with that, there's just a lot of things that I think, a lot of components that we don't control. What do we control? And I'll tell you right now, I got called into a video, the new wave, let's teach vocational by virtual. You put on the goggles and you practice the wrench, you practice hitting the hammer. No, take the goggles off, go practice with the hammer, because when you go do it in the real world, you're gonna smash your finger, okay? You are not gonna know how to turn a wrench properly because it's a feel. Sorry, it's like a doctor. It's a very surgical thing. When you're turning a wrench, there's a feel to whether you've stripped the nut, whether you're going the right direction, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, all right? There's all those types of different things that you need kids in front of teachers. You need to have the supply budget and go from there. And so I'll be done because I'm getting excited about this. This is just a very special place that kids need to be. Our pendulum is swung. we pushed everybody to go to a 4-year degree. All right, and forgot about the vocational kids. Now we're starting to come back because guess what we've realized? Kids are graduating from college, they're not getting jobs, they have $70,000 in debt. They tell their friends that, well, why would I want to do that when I can get a 2-year degree and I can move on? All right, I can tell you another thing. My 2 kids are not going into education. My wife's the teacher. They've seen me, they've seen the time, the hours, and the stress that comes with it. And my son looked directly in the face and he said, who would be crazy enough to go into education in this day and age? And I'm just going to speak for my son. That was his direct quote from me. Because I tried to say, hey, has Wyoming retirement? There are some benefits to that. In the reality, we should maybe survey educators and say how many of their kids are interested in going into education, because it's kind of turned a little bit. And just speaking to that. And to come back to summarizing what the data says, Madam Chair, with Representative Summers, what he asked is what does the information say? I can honestly speak for my district right now. In the whirlwind and the opportunity I'm having to fix that is we have not been coding it where it needs to be coded. All right, now, the challenge would be, and we've already had the conversation with a couple business managers, or one for sure in the back, who say we need to go back and we need to start having this conversation of how we are coding, how we're expending supplies, what we're doing for the vocational world, so we can actually have accurate data to kind of make some decisions on what we're doing. But that whole idea is, even in a school, you can give me another teacher, but if you don't give me another shop, or you don't give me that equipment, and you just don't cram more equipment in. Let's be very clear. OSHA rules require you to have a certain distance around table saws, nothing behind it, a drill press, all right? And the age of the drill press, there's a lot of drill presses out there. They're probably older than the instructors, all right? However, there's a new plasma table sitting over in the corner. Sure, you can purchase it, but we purchased one in the small school districts, $30,000. Okay, the table itself was about 15, 3 years worth of curriculum and training added on to that. And do you know how much time we spent beyond that trying to get it to work? All right, and the upgrades and everything that goes along with that, because if you believe technology in the industry world works perfectly from day one, we're dead wrong. All right, we have a Buffalo High School right now. We had to bring an electrician in. We can't get it to work, so you know what they did? They unplugged, they took some wires off, tested it, put the wires back on, and it worked. All right? So they didn't touch it again, because guess what? It's working, but we still didn't solve the problem. All right? How do you move through that? We have a tiny house that the district has invested close to $50,000, and it's still not done yet. All right? Because there's just not that interest in what we're doing. So there is a push. I get it as a superintendent. I get it as a former vocational teacher. There's a value in CTE. There absolutely is. But I think it's a little more complicated, and throwing money at it's not going to solve it. Understanding where we're actually sending our money and looking at it, but getting people to stay in education in general, just not even in the CTE world, is where our focus needs to be. You heard him say 60% of our people are going to leave the field. All right, and if they could leave it tomorrow, I'm going to honestly say they would. I'm 4 years away. That's what I hear. I got 3 more years till I can retire. I got this and this and this. Okay, if they're telling me that, what are they telling the kids in the classroom? Don't worry, guys, I got 3 more years and I'm out of here. Okay, so what's that kid? Well, why would I want to go in that profession? Right, those are some things we have to think about. If it was just the other way, where we had teachers going, this is a great field to be in, we feel supported, and we go from there. And the teachers that come back to me and ask me this question as an administrator now.
I think we're starting to get to the time.
All right, so the value is, you are getting the value for the buck. All right, you are getting it. It might not be in test scores, but we are making a difference with kids. So, thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the speaker? Let's hear from Trustee Representative Andrew. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is there a way, and if there's not, should there be a way for CTE teachers to, for people to become a CTE teacher without becoming a certified educator, people who are retired from the industry and may not feel like going back to school to be able to do that.
Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Andrew, there's what's called a professional industry certification, a PIC permit, which basically allows that individual that has at least 4,000 or 6,000 hours, I don't know exactly what it is, to be able to obtain that permit and teach in that technical area.
Trustee, welcome.
Thank you. Carol Jellicoe, again, Chair of the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Board of Trustees. For over a decade now, Rock Springs High School has had 3 academies. We've had a Health Occupations and Career Academy, which is still functioning. We had a Fire and Law Academy, which we are retooling this year to become a Public Service Academy, in which case we are adding education to those public service positions along with fire and law. So the hope is that we can maybe find some young people, high school age, nurture them to become educators, and at least we have a Tiger Tots, which is a preschool in our high school. And so there's an opportunity for some early education kinds of opportunities for these young people. And hopefully we can start to help them realize a career in education moving forward. To replace, we had an Energy Academy that these are all student driven as far as what the students want. So the enrollment in our Energy Academy dropped off to the point that last year we disbanded it. So we no longer have the Energy Academy. So we only had 2 last year, but this following year, we are implementing a Career and Technical Academy. And so we have 80 to 100 students signed up for it. I was privileged to attend an orientation for 8th graders and our alternative high school students. Some of those were all enrolled in CTE classes at their respective schools, come over to Rock Springs High School where the instructors there took them through their facilities, showed them what they could do. The culinary arts people put on a breakfast for them. This was like about 9 to 11 in the morning, put on a breakfast for them. And then the instructors had an opportunity to talk to the kids and answer their questions. And the kids were jacked up. They really were interested. And so this is just the beginning of that particular program. Our superintendent is part of the Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Executive Team, which is made up of many of the employers in the area, a lot of the mines and construction workers, broadband, and along with these employers, Western Wyoming is involved, along with Sweetwater One. And what they're interested in is high skill, high wage, high demand jobs. And so that's what this Career and Technical Education Academy is geared towards. We are using the block grant money. I don't know how it's coded, but we are using it to the maximum. We are using Perkins money and to meet our CTE teachers' needs. We have purchased, because one of our big things is upgrading our equipment. Some of it is old, some of it is, it's just outdated in some cases. So we have purchased tire changers, alignment machine, 3D printers, PC computers, CNC machines, I think there's a plasma cutter at the high school and one at the junior high, wood lathes, metal lathes, table saws, engraver, robotics kits, grinders, tools, toolboxes, just to name a few. The demand is so high for these classes that our teachers have offered to teach on their prep periods so that we can meet. We don't have enough demand to warrant another teacher, but in order to meet the demands for the kids, they're going to teach on their prep periods, and then we'll compensate them with a proportional part of their salary. Right now, the barrier that we have is a lack of qualified candidates. We have 3 CTE openings. And as I talked yesterday, among the openings that we have, 3 of those are CTE, and we don't have any applicants for them. Our board approves classes a year in advance. So these are the classes that will be opening for the 22-23 school year. We're opening a welding 5 and a welding 6, which means that our welding 1 and 2 will be in our junior high, And then freshman and sophomore will be the welding 3 and 4, and then our juniors and seniors can move up to 5 and 6. That'll allow them to have some certificates when they leave high school. We're starting an entrepreneurship, a marketing class, a baking class, food and nutrition basics, and exploring childhood education, training, and practicum. So we're trying to implement all of these. Again, I went to the orientation on May 11th. They provided us with all kinds of handouts that they could give kids. We have drafting, we have cooking classes, we have an autos program, the business courses, a metals program, a woods program, and another welding program. So these are all the CTE because they are in demand. And many of our kids can make more money than our teachers are making almost out of high school, and certainly with a 1 or 2 year certificate as they complete Western Wyoming College's programs. So what we are trying to work with is a group of students that would benefit from stackable certifications and a sense of belonging with an adult mentor. And so that's the idea of these academies, is they have a cohort that they go through and working together so that they have that comradeship, the sense of belonging, and that adult in their life that makes so much difference to a student in graduation and moving on to their career. We actually had this last year, a couple of our high school teachers go down to our 5-6 building and did some CTE activities with them. So we're trying to bring up our 5th and 6th graders so that they're interested when they get to 7th and 8th, and then that lays the foundation for the high school. So we're working on a program that will bring all of them up together. So I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for Trustee Jellicoe? Seeing none. Thank you for questions for any of our panelists before they make their way back to their seats. Thank you for being with us today, and thanks for your testimony. We have one more person on our agenda, that is Cindy Delancey from the Wyoming Business Alliance. But I do want to get a sense of how many people have signed up online to testify on this topic and how many people in the live audience here would like to speak. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, perfect. So it is about 2:40 right now, Cindy. So we welcome your comments, and then after that, we'll do public comment for 4 individuals.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cindy Delancey. I am the president of the Wyoming Business Alliance, and I think you know that CTE is a topic that myself and my membership is very passionate about. I really have tried to work hard to refine my comments, Madam Chairman, knowing there's been a lot of ground plowed these past few days, and I know time is of the essence. So with your permission, I'll just kind of jump right into it. I was asked to speak on workforce and community needs, and with your permission, I'd like to take them kind of in 2 separate parts. So really starting with the workforce piece, listening to the passion, to the knowledge, to the expertise from everyone that spoke over the past 2 days is so inspiring. And it's one of the things that I really love about our state is that we have people that deeply care. They deeply, deeply care about not just today, but tomorrow. And another thing that's really beautiful about our state is the fact that there's room literally for everybody, and we need all levels of educated folks to power our state. We need those petroleum engineers, but we also need our plumbers and electricians and welders and carpenters and all the wonderful skills that the members of the trades brings to make sure that we're able to be that envy of our neighbors from an economic standpoint. So the workforce has changed in post-pandemic. We heard Representative Summers talk about it a little bit yesterday, I think many of you have probably seen articles or heard TV stories about what's called the Great Resignation, and many workers have very different attitudes about their jobs and careers. We're seeing high-level executives quit their jobs to go deliver DoorDash. It's a very different mindset today as far as entering the workforce. And so I kind of started taking a look for today as far as really what's going on in the workplace. And according to a Pew Research Center survey, the majority of workers who quit their job in 2021 say low pay, 63% of them said low pay, 63% of them also categorized as no opportunities for advancement, and 57 of those surveyed said feeling disrespected at the workplace were the reasons why they quit. In addition, half of those surveyed, and on top of those top three, also said that childcare was a reason that they quit their job, and lack of flexibility to choose when they put their hours in, and the inability of having good benefits such as health insurance or paid time off were the reasons why they just said, I'm out, I'm out. And literally, I hear from my members, just getting somebody to show up for the first day, that's now called ghosting. You take a job and then don't show up. So we know that this is really an issue, and how we solve it in Wyoming, I think, directly comes back to our emphasis on CTE, which I'd like to offer maybe some solutions or ideas for consideration for this committee to just continue the conversation. I don't come before you saying that these are silver bullets or they're right or wrong. I'm sure those people behind me that'll probably disagree, but that's how in Wyoming we find the right answer, is we have the courage to stand up and say, hey, I've got an idea. Let's talk about it in a respectful and honest manner. So at the national level, the current unemployment rate is 3.6 through April 22. And what that means is currently in our country today, 5.9 million people are out of work. Now, the good news is this number has dropped since the all-time high in April of 2020, when we had 14.8% out of work. That 14.8%, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, was the highest level of unemployment ever on record since the data had been collected in 1948. So thankfully, we're in a little bit different place from a workplace standpoint than we were obviously in the midst of the pandemic. But bringing it a little bit more closer to home for all of us, Wyoming's current overall unemployment rate, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, is 3.3 through April. April's highest unemployment rates were in Natrona County and Sublette County at 4.4. April's lowest rates were in Niobrara and Goshen County, which was kind of a surprise to me. I wouldn't have guessed those counties being at those ends of the spectrum, but Niobrara had a 2% and Goshen had 2.4%. So, what does this tell us? Really, at the end of the day, my members, the business community, really see themselves as the end user of the Wyoming education system. And their goal is to put Wyoming students to work in Wyoming jobs. But how for them to be able to do that, though, the students that they hire have to have the necessary skills to be successful in their roles and to be workplace ready. And thankfully, a lot of our students are, but unfortunately, some of our students aren't. And that's really what I hear, from the members that I work with, as far as that there's a real need to emphasize, this component of CTE, as far as, in addition to learning some of the skills that we heard about from the educators that spoke previously, they're not only learning how to run a saw, but they're also learning life skills, like around safety and good judgment and how to be prepared and, being flexible when something doesn't work, you shift gear. Those are all those skills and competencies perhaps that we really need to be able to be successful, especially as the workforce is changing at an exponential pace. So what do we do about this? One of the things that I've been looking at, and I really applaud, Governor Gordon and his team, and I sure don't want to jump in front of him as far as their rollout of the Boots website, but they've really, took some time reflecting what other states are doing and how, their work, when the governor gets to go to meetings and talk to other governors and staff talks to other staff, and really looking at other states embracing of kind of this concept of a one-stop shop, like marrying up those state agencies to really play off together in a collaborative way and bring everybody's strengths to the table. And so this Boots website is certainly, in my mind, a step in the right direction. But I've also been thinking about, our current makeup of the State Board of Education, and maybe there's some room for a conversation around modernizing that a little bit. In 1917, your colleagues in the state legislature established the Wyoming State Board of Education with duties that included promoting education in agriculture, trades, and industry. That's specifically articulated in the statute. The board's duties were more clearly defined in 1919. So 103 years ago, they clarified their work from 1917. And that included general oversight in the area of vocational education. Wyoming Statute 212307 establishes the State Board of Education to act as the State Board of Career and Technical Education as well. So in that capacity, and their capacity is kind of wearing two hats, the board reviews career and tech education programs offered by the school districts to ensure that those programs serve the needs of the student and are aligned with state content and performance standards. So, you know, how this all kind of translates, I think, from the testimony that you've heard for 2 days now, is that districts handle things differently. I mean, that is the result of a policy choice that has been made in Wyoming as far as essentially the embracing of local control. You know, there's 48 school districts, maybe 48 ways of doing things, which is okay. You know, that's a cultural phenomenon that we in Wyoming really embrace. But the solution that I see that maybe would require, you know, a little bit of tweaking with that statute that's now 103 years old, is to maybe, you know, look at what other states have done and maybe like kind of split out that State Board of Education and populate that component and those responsibilities with maybe some different people instead of overtasking the people that are there now wearing these two hats, to kind of give that expertise or specialization or time and attention to this CTE piece in maybe a way, you know, that could be a little bit more focused on specifically this conversation instead of that huge realm of responsibilities and duties that our current state board helps us with. Again, these are all volunteers in these roles. And, you know, maybe that if there was a desire or even a look at separating, that board could potentially be populated with industry experts, CTE educators, the fine folks that you heard from today again, higher education professionals. And this is, to me, where I think that this could all be wrapped up very nicely, is to include our friends and colleagues from the Department of Workforce Services in these conversations as well. To have our education folks sitting shoulder to shoulder with our workforce folks, to me, feels like that would be a good fit. And that's really what other states have done. When you look at the robust CTE state board that states like Oklahoma and Tennessee have, they're really being able to use this board and this framework to focus on economic diversification and, you know, all the things, again, that we try to continually work on from a policy perspective. So that's one solution for consideration. Another thing that I've been thinking about and did a little research on, and I don't want to reiterate, you know, what Perkins 5 is. I think Dr. Aldridge and her team did a great job explaining to you, you know, that there's this bucket of money available at the federal level designed specifically to promote, you know, CTE in our school districts. The last time that I checked with the Department of Education, I was told that 31 of the 48 districts are currently participating in Perkins. So those that are not, you know, those students don't have that ability to have that access to CTE in the way that the 31 districts do. I'm sure there's a variety of reasons why, and again, we support those decisions made locally, but perhaps, you know, there could be, you know, a solution on trying to get, you know, that opportunity for all CTE access for every Wyoming student in every district, is to maybe incentivize those districts to give it a try. You know, I've been told, you know, when I'm a former prosecutor, so unfortunately a lot of times my first question becomes, well, why? You know, so I was like, well, why are these folks not wanting to participate? And the information that I was given was that, you know, that in a variety of different school districts that we've heard resources are very thin, and some of the reporting requirements could be a little bit onerous, or following the, you know, components of the Perkins set framework might not necessarily fit with, you know, the other larger vision that's being carried out. But, you know, really drilling down to the why and helping these districts maybe understand the benefit of the because, you know, like, because this is really good for our kids to do that. So maybe looking at some ways to incentivize with maybe additional staff, or just, you know, some ideas to try to get the districts that aren't participating to the table to see the value of having CTE in every single district in Wyoming. So then I also looked at So I gave you a handout as far as what the statute says on the state board. You know, if there was a desire to tweak that a little bit, to carve out those roles and responsibilities, it really wouldn't take very much to tweak that. But then I started looking at the CTE work-based learning guide that's put together by the Department of Education. And something became really apparent to me. You know, like, this is all locally driven in the sense it articulates the school district's role, it articulates the guidance counselor's role, the parents' role, the student's role, and the employer's role. And so I kind of started thinking, my guidance counselor in school, that was a long time ago, but really a wonderful person. So I started thinking about, you know, is there a way that we could maybe empower and help our guidance counselors be as effective in their roles in this conversation as they can be? And boy, my eyes were wide open. I have with me, I didn't make enough copies, and I'd be happy to email it to all of you, but I have the 2022 Wyoming School Counselor Association survey of our guidance counselors. And I really, really encourage you to take a look at this, because this was just shocking to me, and it goes right back into that mental health discussion that I think is incumbent upon you as elected officials to really give, you know, some additional attention to. Because where I think that there's, you know, room for growth in CTE is we have our current overall student counselor ratio in Wyoming at 300 to 1, or I'm sorry, 301 to 1. And that in the ratio in the middle school, junior high is 258 to 1. The average ratio in high school is 316 students to 1 counselor. And then the average ratio in elementary school is 320 to 1. And when you look through this survey, it's exactly what you were, you know, learned yesterday in the testimony that was presented, is that our guidance counselors are dealing with such important issues with our kids: hunger, food insecurity, you know, domestic violence, bullying. All of those things have taken up, you know, that kind of space, that at the end of the day, there's probably not much time left to have a discussion about, so what do you want to be when you grow up? You know, and knowing that the guidance counselors play such an important role in the implementation of this work-based learning program, knowing that they're dealing with such important social emotional issues with our students at such a high ratio, to me, that seems like a pretty easy solution. If we could figure out a way to, you know, figure out exactly what it is that we want our guidance counselors to do. Do we need them to be therapists and social workers and deal with all of the social emotional problems that are happening with our youth, you know, in the school? Or do we also need to support them maybe with a different track of counselors to have those conversations about vocational opportunities, you know, about powering Wyoming's economy from a job and a workforce perspective? So I'm going to leave this with you, Madam Chairman, to share with your colleagues, and I'm happy to email it to any one of you. But in addition to the survey with all the pie charts and everything to substantiate those numbers, there's a whole page of counselor comments that when I read them, it was really an eye-opener for me. So that is another solution potentially for, you know, from a policy perspective, to really give some close look at as far as the role of that counselor in the implementation of these programs at the local districts, to get kids out in the community to be experiencing from a workforce perspective, you know, what the different careers and exposure to them are like. And maybe we're falling down there because of all these other very, very high priority needs that our counselors are being tasked with for our students. So that's kind of the workforce piece, Madam Chairman. And before I move into the community needs, I'll just pause to see if there's any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Delancey? Seeing
Okay,
none.
thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, and this kind of sets up my comments related to the needs of the community. You know, having the students in the workforce experiencing, you know, what it's like to have a job, how, you know, to show up, that we don't come to our job in our pajamas, you know, things like that are really essential skills that when we're in that safety net of school, to have those opportunities. Some districts do it, some districts don't. So it really kind of depends on where you live as far as what is accessible to you from a community work-based learning experience in high school. Now, Chairman Greer has done some really good work in this area. He has, he's very passionate about this. He's worked on putting some language in our statutes to help with some of the OSHA requirements that have been a little bit problematic as somewhat of a legal workaround. He's done a great job on that, and I know his passion will continue whether he's in the legislature or running a business. So another community need is the ability to have alternative learning options. Students learn in very different ways. And much like the workplace, education delivery has changed post-pandemic as well. And what I mean by alternative learning options is continuing this conversation from policy perspective on how, that we bundle education services. And, we have a lot of options. We have homeschooling, virtual schooling, alternative schools, and now, public charter schools continues to be part of the conversation. So I just encourage, from a solutions base, this committee as well as the legislature at large, just to continue to look at, maybe adding another lane on the highway for people to learn in different ways to give options and choices for parents and students as far as what they want to get at the end of the day from that educational experience. My third community need is opportunity for educators to interface with industry leaders so teachers can stay current on industry trends and new technologies from the front line. The Mining Association does a really nice opportunity with trying to get teachers in the field over the summer, and just, oil and gas folks have done that, trying to help just have a better promoting of understanding of what we do in different facets of careers and how the technology is changing and how everybody can benefit from learning about those changes. My fourth solution, Madam Chair, is just continuing this discussion around having robust after-school opportunities. The Wyoming Community Foundation does a great job working with after-school opportunities, something more than just, like, I hate to say like daycare, because older kids don't like that term, but, more than just waiting for your parents to pick you up. Like if we could have some CTE learning and growth opportunities in an after-school capacity, in addition to what's available during the school day, feels to me like a really good alternative and solution. And then coming back to, that need for mental health, we have some real work to do on this topic in Wyoming. And not only is it the mental health for the students, but, one of the things that was really painful for me to listen these past few days is just the stress that our educators are feeling. And, that education should be a fun time, in our lives where we've got the rest of our life to be a member of the workforce. And those days as a student, should be really enjoyable, not stressful, and causing anxiety in a way that is very real for many. So working on changing the culture and putting a little bit of emphasis on mental wellness and really making sure that everybody's mental health needs are being met as we move forward in these important conversation. And then my last one is just coming back to some of the comments that were made, and just really want to give a shout out to one of your committee members, Representative Harshman, and his work, as well as Representative Conley on her work in getting the Wyoming's Tomorrow bill across the finish line. To me, that is really a need for our community, and something that needs to continually be worked on to fund. I think that would be a really excellent pathway as far as continuing to open up these conversations for additional meaningful discussion. Just by way of reminder, that there's currently $10 million that were funded. We're not able to access any of the scholarships until the endowment hits $50 million. But right now, as Dr. Caldwell alluded to earlier, the private sector is very interested in helping to help fund that in some capacity. There is going to need to be a little bit of legal research done as far as the parameters of what donations in this space could look like. But there sure seems to be a desire from the private sector to try to help fill those coffers in a way that we can unlock those funds for our non-traditional students to be able to help them develop their skills and again, power our economy. So With that, Madam Chairman, that's what I have for you today from a business and workforce and community needs perspective. And I really appreciate the topics that this committee deals with, the time and attention and interest, and very grateful for the opportunity to present to you today. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome, thank you. Questions for Ms. Delancey? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we had 4 people who were interested in testifying during public comment. I remember Ms. Wilcox, my good friend over here, Pat, welcome. And then how about we get you 2 up there first, and then we'll go to the other 2 audience members. Is that all right?
Well, we drew straws and you get me first, so. My other hat, Madam Chairman, thank you. Members of the committee, my name is Pat Joyce. I am the Assistant Director of the Wyoming Mining Association. And I just got here at noon today. I can't imagine having taken in all this information in the last day and a half. My head's swimming right now, so I applaud all of you. I should give you a half a second to stand up and turn yourself about so you get your circulation going again. And you will not offend me if you do that. At least lean back and stretch. I'm the other end of the spectrum. You've spent all this time listening to those who are within education, whose responsibility it is to get through the kids through the system and get them out the other end to have productive lives. I liken it to the schools produce the product and we buy what they're selling. And we are 32 operating mines within the state of Wyoming. We have 4 more that are looking at development. They're at various stages of development and exploration. FYI, it'll be rare earth and gold. And so we're excited to add 2 more minerals to the Mining Association in the near future. So near and distant future, I'm afraid, on a couple of them. But within our industry, within the state of Wyoming, we have the 32 operating mines. We have 150 what we call service and supply companies, and we affectionately call them MA, Mining Associates of Wyoming. Without them, the mines couldn't operate. So they're everything from surveying, consultants, they're bringing in water, they're bringing in everything that a mine needs to operate. Within the mines themselves, we have 8,700 jobs. That number will fluctuate, as you can imagine, from year to year. We're in the process right now of updating our survey that we started 3 years ago when you all were making the changes on the Hathaway bill. Because I looked at that and thought, like, how we need to know what we're hiring for, where those types of 4-year degree jobs are versus the 2-year degree jobs and that. There'll be an update on that with members for probably later this fall when we get those numbers tighter than they are right now. So if you figure 3 jobs in the service industry for every 1 job in the mining industry, we're looking at an industry within this state of 500,000 people, nearly 27,000 jobs. So it's important to us to try to hire within the circumference of the state of Wyoming, but we can't do it. We don't get the kinds of skills, we don't get the interest level, and there are various reasons behind that. The reason most of our mines, in fact, all 32 of our mines have told me in various levels, they recruit outside of the United States, outside the state of Wyoming. They recruit inside the state of Wyoming, get a certain amount. That's what I'm hoping this new survey is going to show me, is that number where we balance in-state versus out-of-state. So we support in the mining industry just about anything that will train our workforce. We look to the high schools, we look to the community colleges, and we look to the university. We had a situation last summer where we intervened in the University of Wyoming when they were looking at changing out some of the engineering programs, deleting them. And they were critical engineering degrees that we hire for all the time. And to their credit, they listened to us. We brought in some of our mine people. We had a good conversation, and President Seidel listened to us, and we appreciated that very much. So those are in place. Keep in mind that when I talk about mining, I know that the skills that we train for and we hire for are transferable into oil and gas. They're transferable into skills. You'll hear a little more about that coming up behind me here. Those skills can be used worldwide. And I say that every time. I sound like a broken record, but it's true. You think about a lot of the mines that are here I've got national on the mind today. In Wyoming, a lot of them are internationally owned. Turkey, Belgium, China. You know, you look at these students could end up anywhere in the world. So they're not in a limited capacity. The catchphrase when we go into any of these hearings is always, well, the mines hire welders and they hire truck drivers. It's a catchphrase. It's easy. I understand we're trying to whip through a hearing, and we refer to that. We need plant operators, process managers, accountants, finance people, chemists, lab workers, engineers, civil, electric, mining engineers, chemical, project engineers, mechanical engineers. We need network IT people. We need geologists, surveyors, drone operators, administrative assistants, equipment operators, drivers, and yes, welders and mechanics. So we support training more of the CTE teachers, and you've heard enough of that today. So know that we're with you on that. Whatever you can make work, we'll get in behind and help you on this. Classroom sizes, we understand that's a problem. We were asked to come in and testify at a hearing with one of the superintendent's meetings here in the state about a year ago. I gathered up a couple of our mine people from actually here in Casper, and we went over and testified about what our needs are. And to their credit, they listened to us, and we were appreciative of that. Again, we're here to partner with education. We're here to figure out where we can find that ground where we can help the education and operators in this state be successful, and then in turn be able to receive the benefit of that, which would be a workforce for our industry, which is significant to this state because that's who's building the schools. So a lot of the funding, of course, you guys all understand better than anybody of where a lot of the money comes from. So when I say that we're here to partner, we support CTE, we support PIC. I just had another call yesterday from one of our MA members wanting to get involved in the PIC program. We have a lot of experience, a wealth of experience. Some of them are retiring. We're in that same position everybody else is in. We've got a load of people going out the retirement end, and we are trying to train and groom new people to come into those positions. Case in point, Friday I'm going to be here in Casper teaching I won't be teaching, I've just organized it. I'm not smart enough to teach it, but we have 4 retirees that I've recruited back just to teach our reclamation people how to write comments. So writing is important, science is important, how to communicate is important. Those are all skills that all of our people are required to use every day. We're calling it Comments 101 because we have to groom our people to come back in or come forward and take those leadership positions within the Wyoming Mining Association. For example, I serve on Perkins 5 Advisory Council. I had the opportunity to go across the state with Dr. Aldrich 3 years ago with some other industry people and talked to over 80 guidance counselors. When we got done at the end of the 5 days, I had my eyes opened. We heard everything from, no, I don't recommend mining jobs to any of my students. The basic 3 reasons were they're dangerous jobs, they're dirty jobs, and they don't pay anything. My head exploded. By the time we got back, I'd calmed down and kind of decided maybe I'd focus my energy on dedicating myself to working with the education department within the state of Wyoming, because that's not true. We know that there are good job benefits out there. You've heard Some of your teachers and superintendents, principals discussed that in the last panel. I'm also on the WACD Industry Advisory Committee. I work with Wyoming Skills USA. I'm on their board, and we've recruited a couple of our mine members to work with them as well. I think the bottom line is, you think about any job in mining, it touches people worldwide. And it funds education in Wyoming. So I'm not going to belabor the fact. I think you get the point. Madam Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Joyce? Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Janie Wilcox. I'm the State Director for the Wyoming Association of Skills USA. And you're probably thinking, okay, I know the connectivity between CTSOs, Career and Technical Student Organizations, and our discussion on programming here today. Another piece that I serve in making that connection are our connection between business and industry and our classrooms. I can call Pat Joyce tomorrow, connect her with Guernsey Sunrise High School, and have her talk about the Mining Association directly to those students. I'm awarding 3 scholarships tomorrow that the funding came from the Associated General Contractors. I know Dan is here in the room. We have huge support from business and industry, and we connect those students, those classrooms, those instructors, those advisors with that support in our community. That being said, I want you to know that Skills USA is relatively new to Wyoming. We chartered in 1995. FCCLA, DECA, FBLA, and FFA have charters that date back to 1945, 1969, and in the case of FFA, 1929. Together, we have a total of 187 chapters and over 5,700 members. We are found in your CTE concentrator classrooms that have proven a 97.9% graduation rate. Collectively, we are your career and technical student organizations, or CTSOs, in Wyoming. The National Coordinating Council for CTSOs defines the necessary qualifications met by the CTSOs that are nationally recognized. These same CTSOs are also recognized by the following organizations: Advanced CTE, ACTE, NAASP, and the United States Department of Education. In researching the best practices of other states, I've found legislation, statute, and state guidance in which they define the eligibility requirements for their state CTSOs, and in doing so, they list only those that are nationally recognized. We would ask that Wyoming initiate the same best practices found across the nation by considering legislation to define what constitutes a CTSO in Wyoming as it relates to the available state funding. We have an established history with the Wyoming Department of Education and are dependent upon a consistent source of funding. In 2020, the Wyoming Department of Education stated they will not limit funding to only those CTSOs recognized nationally, but that any student organization lending CTE support can apply for one of the 5 contracts awarded by the RFP now. There's also been no change to the awarded amount since its inception nearly 30 years ago. 5 organizations receive $30,000 per organization per year. We'd love to see that change and a funding model developed as we move forward. I know I have given you a 20,000 feet overview of the Wyoming CTSOs. Would like to continue the discussion and work on specific language to be vetted by the Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education, our organized board of directors, and our business and industry partners, in hopes that we can speak further to this in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Wilcox?
Madam Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, could I ask you to repeat and explain all the acronyms and initials? I don't know about the rest of the committee members, but I didn't understand a sentence you said because of all those that I'm just not familiar with. And I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. You want to take another shot at it? And, you know, Senator Scott, I don't know if it needs to be, all those acronyms need to be spelled out. I think the point she was making is that they're all national organizations, but I'll let Ms. Wilcox take another crack at it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Senator Scott, do you want me to go through each one of the acronyms for the CTSOs? Would that help? I'm
Madam
happy to print
Chairman,
those and send those to you.
that it would, starting with what a CTSO is, there were so many initials that I didn't understand a sentence you said.
Madam Chairman, Senator Scott, would it be in the benefit of time? Would it be in the interest of the committee for me to email you more information? A career and technical student organization, we are I can certainly speak to Skills USA. We are found in classrooms across the United States. We offer a leadership component to the CTE curriculum. If you are a CTE instructor, you can choose to be a Skills USA advisor. And in introducing a leadership component to your curriculum, you're building our future leaders. You're really stressing servant leadership. And your year end culminates in a state conference. And that's where I come in with the business and industry partners, and we offer state conference to our students every year.
Representative Summers?
So, Madam Chairman, thank you. And yeah, I need a one-page primer on, particularly on how it relates to state statute, because I didn't get that piece at all. The $30,000 deal, I don't know anything about it. So you got to educate me more than that.
Madam
Thank you.
Chairman, thank you, Representative Summers. Would you like me to send an email to you for outlining all of that? In the interest of time, happy to do so.
Just so I understand it, I think you said that there was a change within the Department of Education and how they award funding, state funding. And so I'm just going off my notes. When did that change happen? And or kind of catch me up on what's been going on there.
Madam Chairman, that happened in 2020.
And what's that impact meant for your organization?
We are not, Madam Chairman, we aren't guaranteed those funds in support of our CTSOs.
Further questions for Ms. Wilcox? What was the impetus for the change? Do you know?
I do not. It has been explained to us that it was just continuing, it was just following the initiatives under the former superintendent.
Okay. Alrighty, further questions for Ms. Wilcox? I'll offer you this. I'm interested in learning more about this component, and I do think we're running short on time. We're about 4 minutes over on our agenda, but I'm guessing that the CTE discussion will go on to the next meeting through a few other avenues. So I'm happy to learn more and see what I can report back to this committee if that helps the group. I'm just looking for your feedback. That look okay? All righty.
Quick question, Madam Chair.
Representative Hirschman.
Just so the total amount to these CTSOs is 150,000? Is that what you said? 5 grants of 30,000 each? That's what we're talking about?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll look for some, what's it gonna take to get this kind of right? So I don't know, might be 200,000, might be 250, but it's not gonna be 25 million. I mean, we're talking a small amount to make sure we got this figured out. All right, thank you.
A small amount coming from an appropriator, so, okay. Former appropriator, current appropriator. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Okay, we had 2 other individuals who wanted to testify. When we do that, I think we might take a quick 10-minute break. Who were the other individuals? I thought I saw this gentleman back here, and then that gentleman as far back. Did you want to testify? Okay. And Representative Sweeney, welcome. I didn't see you in the audience before. Just keep in mind, we're going to try and keep on our agenda, so
thank you, Madam
we welcome
Chairman.
your unique expertise on this particular topic.
Thank you. Pat Sweeney, House District 58. So I believe I'm a product of vocational education. I've been a strong supporter. So vocational education now is CTE. It's our shop classes from FFA and beginning with 4-H, which I did. When I moved here vocational education back then, we had a brand new VOTEC school, and I come from Pennsylvania originally. And that vocational school offered restaurant and some food service training. Unfortunately for me, I only was able to go the first year of the school was my senior year, and that led me on a path to go to apply to some colleges to further my education. And so I have a food service and housing degree from Penn State, from that university, also a land grant. So when I moved to Wyoming in 1979 with Hilton Hotels, then it became of interest to me that why didn't Wyoming really embrace vocational education and now CTE? So at first I talked to Governor Herschler, then to Governor Sullivan, then to Governor Geringer, then to Governor Friedenthal, and they all said one thing: you've got to get industry involved. So how we got there, I wish Cindy Delancey would have been around in those in those days, but how we did get industry involved was through currently the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association, which was the old Hotel Motel Association back in the day. And through the National Restaurant Association, as the association grew here in Wyoming, they have an educational piece called ProStart. And so we tried to integrate that, working with industry. But partnering with education was a little more difficult at that point in time, and particularly here in Casper. But through that, and then through Governor Friedenthal, there was a pathway forward for our pathways. And if you haven't been to our PIC program and the school here in town, which is its own school, plus Roosevelt High School is also a small third of that overall school. But we have an absolutely beautiful and remarkable facility here in Casper through the good efforts of the legislature and Governor Friedenthal really clearing the way. So we talk a lot. What I found when I moved here, we talked a lot about college prep. And these numbers are quite old, but of the college prep here in Natrona County about 10 years ago, I don't have recent, but of the graduates that we graduated, about 30% went on to college. And of those, about 17% actually graduated from college. Meanwhile, we have the great need, we have great facilities. So we've got to figure out the teacher shortage with career technical education. And I think a lot of good ideas have come out. If I get reelected, I'm still very passionate about CTE and continuing the discussion. I would caution on the 3-to-1 idea that Chairman Paxton brought up, which I think is a great idea because it's in the community that really the hands-on work should take place. But some effort needs to be made. What I consider my granddaughter is going into her senior year at UW. And what we discovered is she was in some of the BOCES classes in her junior and senior year at Casper College. And she got all A's. That was great. She graduated with 14 credits. A number of our students in districts across the state do the same. But what's fascinating to me, the credits transfer, but the GPA does not transfer. So in the 3-to-1, the reason I bring that up, I would be concerned on the 3-to-1 that the GPA and the credits transfer if it's a 2-on-2, a 3-on-1, which I would very much support, that the credits actually transfer with the GPA so that you're not putting the student behind at the end. Last thing that I would close with is we definitely have industry professionals, whether it's welding, whether it's me as a certified great dishwasher, that maybe don't need the full 4 years of CTE training, but can get a certificate just like the superintendent from Shoshone mentioned. There are ways. We just have to get over that hurdle, whether that's a hang up with Department of Education, the legislature. I don't know that answer, but there are ways. We've just got to keep working on it, and obviously very, very quickly. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Questions? Seeing none, please introduce yourself, and just all questions come through the chair if you're not familiar with, I don't know if you are, but.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Heath Horniker. I'm from here in Casper. I'm a parent of 2 current CTE students. They're about to get out of class right across the street. I'm a former high school agriculture teacher. In fact, Mr. Representative Paxton hired me in July of 1999, and I taught 4 years in Carbon County School number 2, or District number 2, and I've taught at the junior college level since then. I also serve on the executive board of the Wyoming FFA, which is the Future Farmers of America. It's a group, of course, for agriculture students. And I also serve on the National Council for Agriculture Education. And that's what I wanted to highlight is some things that council is dealing with, especially in teacher shortages. We are currently seeing several trends across the United States that are highlighted also in Wyoming about the lack of certified agriculture teachers. The other trend that we are seeing is how young teachers come in and they teach in that 3 to 5 years, and then they burn out and they leave education for industry, usually for higher paying, less stressful jobs. Currently in Wyoming, we have 64 agriculture education teachers. As of yesterday, 3 of those positions were unfilled. Natrona County High School just filled theirs yesterday with a young person who is working on their licensure. There are 2 unfilled positions right now that are looking to hire. And for the first time that I can remember, we had a position in Wyoming that went unfilled last year for a high school education, agriculture education. Another trend that we're seeing in Wyoming is how school districts, instead of hiring CTE or the old shop teachers, they're hiring a second ag teacher who can also teach some of the welding and those skills. And so there are at least 2 small school districts in the state who have moved to a 2 ag teacher program to fill that void that they can't find enough certified teachers. And so they're very important. There's a shortage, and the work that you all are doing is very important, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Horniker? Representative Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you, and thanks for that. I'd been thinking, if we have a kind of a surplus, or we have quite a few ag teachers, can we repurpose them a bit? Just move them into a few different other categories. I mean, it's not all the same, but there's some things out there that would be some commonalities that might help us do that. And I'm sure different districts are looking at that, but I think that's a good solution though. Thank you.
Okay. Further comments or questions? Thank you so much. With that, public comment is closed. Committee, our next our item would be to come up with some directives, but I'm going to say let's take a 10-minute restroom break, and then we can come back, finish up the directives, and then move on to profile of a graduate. All righty, we'll make sure we're back online. I want to make sure we get all of our House members, senators back in here. All right, committee, we're still on the topic of CTE programs and funding. As far as our committee directives, I just want to offer to the committee, I am curious to know about this RFP situation with national groups and how they've changed their funding. And so please know, between now and the next meeting, we'll get you guys some more information to see what we need to do and if anything on that particular issue. But we had a lot of kind of ideas thrown out there, a lot of discussion points. I am curious if anyone wants to advance the ball a little on some of those ideas.
Madam Chairwoman,
Representative Brown.
I think it's worth discussion. I'm not sure, I mean, I could certainly throw it out there and see what we get for some discussion, but I actually do like the idea of separating and bifurcating the State Board of Education's responsibilities, especially as it comes down to the CTE stuff. I guess maybe a little bit of discussion from the committee if there's any other appetite for something along those lines for a bill draft to be created for us to continue that discussion. But I certainly think that that's something worth looking into.
Okay. Discussion from committee members about the idea of maybe bifurcating the State Board of Education. I'll just say I just emailed committee members years ago. I read all of our content and performance standards in an effort to try and figure out how they kind of all overlay. Right now we have them siloed per topic. So if you want to read like English language arts versus math versus science, that's how they're organized, not so much as what the kindergarten day looks like, what the first grade day. And I remember when I read the CTE content and performance standards, take a look at them. You know, they've got a grade span of K through 5 expectations for grade span 6 through 8, and then 9 through 12. And they're, you know, they deal a lot with just kind of general skills, but there's nothing specific when it comes to my favorite example, welding or woodworking or anything that falls under the umbrella of what CTE training includes. So maybe that's worth our time to look at those standards as well. So I think that's all tied together with what the state board does and what this bifurcation could mean. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I think one of the things that really stuck with me too is we talked a lot about mental health and all the other issues that we talked about in the last couple of days. And I think Cindy Delancey kind of brought out an issue that we probably ought to look at some point in time. That's a pretty high ratio to have, and our expectations for the guidance counselor position has changed a lot. And I think there is maybe an opportunity to take a look at that whole position and decide what we really want them to do. And and maybe there's more than one position there. Maybe there's a position for a guidance counselor who does nothing but career counseling, and another that takes care of more of the mental health issues. And they probably have to have, different requirements for their position as far as what their education would be. But I think it's something that we ought to think about, and maybe at one of the future meetings, maybe talk about if we want to address some legislation dealing with that.
Okay. Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, I guess one question, Matt might have it on the top of his head, is, how do we resource? So some schools have school psychologists, right? And I think that's lumped into a broader category. Is it lumped into the guidance counselor category? How is and so it's multiple positions resourced in one place, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Representative Summers, so for guidance counselors, there's a separate allocation of that resource at the secondary grades, one guidance counselor for every 250 ADM. The school psychologists and more of the mental health folks are resourced through the pupil support allocation, and that is based on the block grants, prototypical size school. So one for every 288 ADM in elementary schools. And I believe it's one for every 315 middle and high school ADM. There are minimum of the pupil support, and those are based on at-risk count as well. So it's first generated on your at-risk proxy. And then if the prototypical sized elementary, middle, and high schools don't generate enough from the at-risk proxy, then you're brought up to that prototypical sized school level. I hope that helps explain some of the rationale behind that.
Follow up. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And the pupil support is what, I mean, give me the different positions if you know. And then I guess the other question is our consultant during recalibration, I know there were several categories that they would have funded more and some they would have funded less. And I can't remember if pupil support was one of those. I know we talked a bit about some of that I'm wondering if their recommendation was actually higher than what we actually resource at. And so I guess if we take a look at this issue, we should probably take a look at our recalibration in this area. I do think there is and I think what we heard both yesterday and today, it's not just resourcing for children, right? So what are we doing for teachers and teachers' mental health? And we don't resource in the model anything for that, to my knowledge. And so how do we broaden that a bit and take a look at that issue? Because I think, I do think we're gonna have to do more in this area. So do you remember at all what the EB evidence-based recommendation was?
Madam Chair, Representative Summers, they did offer alternative resourcing for both pupil support and guidance counselors. And then in addition, nurses. The current block grants pupil support is based on the 2005 recalibration recommendations, which the pupil support resources included nurses at that time. So in the 2020 recalibration, the pupil support for pupil support allocations was one teacher for every 125 at-risk students, but it no longer provided the minimum based upon the prototypical size school. That's different than the current funding model, which is one for every 100 at-risk, but you get additional pupil support positions for the prototypical size school based upon the number of students in that school. The consultants also recommended elementary guidance counselors, in addition to the secondary guidance counselors. The current model does not have any elementary guidance counselors. Then they also separated nurses in their recommendations for one for every 750 ADM. The model, as I indicated, operates under the 2005 recommendation, which had those included as part of that bundle of pupil support positions. And those included nurses, school psychologists, non-special education pupil support staff. So I hope that helps provide some clarity on where we're at.
So, Madam Chairman, I think this would be a good, I think it'd be a good topic to have at our next meeting. I think it's going to take I think if staff can kind of get us, what the evidence-based model had, provide that out to us, give us a chance to take a look at it, and then we can make a decision. I don't think we can, I don't have a motion now, but I do believe that we need to do something along these lines. And I think several of these things we're still working on. I think the most important thing is that CTE remain one of the agenda items on our next meeting, and because I think we're going to continue to work on some of these things, and eventually we'll have something tangible.
Madam Chairman.
Oh, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, we're getting a list, I think, of things that we need to deal with in the next recalibration. So two things. I have a question for staff as to when we're obliged to do that again in the normal course of affairs, because I think we are going to gradually develop a list of things that we're going to want to be looked at during recalibration. And I think it goes beyond this CTE. I think we've seen it in several other areas. So I have that question. And then I have a question for Representative Brown. I did not understand what he was talking about bifurcating State Board of Education. Could he explain a little more what he had in mind in that area?
Let's hear from LSO first and then Representative Brown.
Madam Chair and Chairman Scott, the legislature is required to recalibrate not less than once every 5 years. The most recent recalibration was in the 2020 interim. So legislature has until the 2025 interim to proceed on its next recalibration.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senator Scott, basically what was handed to us, and since you did not probably get this as it was a handout from Ms. Delancey, was 21-2307 and A and B in this, and basically looking at splitting out the duties of the State Board of Education and having the State Board of Education maybe take on their current roles, but then taking away this career technical education and maybe creating another new board or somebody else, or whether this is a board that's presented as a career technical education specialist group or something along those lines. This is where I think more discussion is probably needed. But ultimately, this would be pulling those duties and those responsibilities specifically around CTE away from the State Board of Education and putting it with somebody else and bringing that a little bit underneath a little bit different directorship or group that would be looking into this in a different way. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't know if Matt or anybody, if we had this electronic that we can send, but I'm guessing that Cindy Delancey can probably send it to you as well, Senator.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion? I think no specific motions or anything at this time, but our chairs, I think, have an interest in continuing the CTE discussion. If you are interested in working with Representative Brown on the bifurcation of the state board, please reach out, and I'm happy to join in on that effort with you, Representative. And then along the lines of this skills issue that we heard about with the RFP, if you're interested in being part of those discussions, just let me know and I'll make sure you're looped in when I reach out to the Department of Ed. Okay, if nothing
Madam
else.
Chairman.
Yep, Chairman Scott.
Madam Chairman, on the bifurcation issue, that in part is an organization of the executive branch in this whole education area. I would make one suggestion. We've got a race for who's going to be the next state superintendent, and they ought to have quite a bit of influence on the organization, the executive branch in this area. And I wonder if some of that we had maybe better wait until the next interim when we know who the state superintendent is going to be and can give them a chance to weigh in on what they think the proper organization is on an executive branch function in this area.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Respectfully, while I respect the chairman's understanding and direction on that, I would also respectfully state and opine myself that it's our duty and our responsibility as a legislature to set what the directives of the executive branch are. So that's kind of the reason why I'm looking at this and why I think we should look into this as a little bit more of a topic and more of a discussion. We as a legislature set the tone and we provide the laws that are then executed by the executive branch. while I certainly understand the need for their input, I don't think that they should have the direct expectation that what they want is going to be what they get. So that's where I think that this group, the education committee that sets these laws, should have that discussion.
Senator Scott, I'll offer that I don't know where that research and conversation might go. At this point, I'd like to just kind of even see what other states do if they tackle it differently and just kind of explore options. And then certainly when August comes around and November, we don't know how things turn out until the electorate shows up in November. So I would just hate to lose a whole year in at least getting educated on possibilities. That's kind of my position, but certainly respect where you're coming from, sir. Okay, well, Representative Brown, how about you and I do some work and we'll make sure we loop in the chairman and see how things shake out for our next meeting for September. I think that's it for CTE. The next item on our agenda, we're a little behind schedule, is profile of a graduate. And we've got Ryan Furman, who is the chairman of the State Board of Education, Diana Clapp, who's the coordinator of the SBE, and Lori Hernandez. I know you've been doing a lot of work. Welcome to the committee. We look forward to you catching us up. And committee and panelists, so we are a little behind on schedule. I don't know if, I am kind of curious to know if you've got a time length of your presentation. I just want to be sensitive to the fact that, you know, staff's got to drive home and people are going to be probably moseying out of here. So I think we can get this done before 5 o'clock hour. That's my guess. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Ryan Furman. I'm chairman of the State Board of Education and currently chairman of the State Board of Career and Technical Education as well. To my left, in collaboration on many of our current endeavors, I have Director Lori Hernandez, Director of Standards and Assessment, and Wanda Maloney, Chief Policy Officer. And so they'll be presenting with us here in a little bit when we get to standards. And to my right is the very hardworking Dr. Clapp, who has been spearheading a lot of the work with our profile of a graduate. I think the comments on profile of a graduate can be really brief. A lot of this is just an update of where we are. I know it's late on your second day of meeting, but I am excited because the work that we're doing around the profile of a graduate is really about bringing down silos, working collaboratively, and hearing from all of the various vested people in Wyoming who care very, very much about public education. Quick history for those of you who weren't on the beginning of this journey. In November 2019, we had an AG's opinion that recommended that the State Board of Education identify graduation standards because statute referenced graduation standards and we didn't have anything deliberate labeled graduation standards. With that also came a lot of freedom because there wasn't any precedence. And so we could have done something pretty easy and identified some graduation standards and moved on. But what we wanted to do is make sure we got this right, knowing how essential education is to our state. And so with, I think Susan Patrick from the Rohr Institute presented initially on the idea of a profile, taking a step back and identifying what is a Wyoming graduate, what attributes and skills. I think Cindy Delancey said workplace ready. What does that look like in Wyoming? We are not Colorado. We are different. We are Wyoming. And so we embarked on listening sessions. And I want to stress this because I think it's very important. We did not hire a consultant. We did not get someone from out of state to come in and hand us a profile. We worked hand in hand with the department and WSBA. Julie Kosorik was instrumental in going from community to anyone that would have us and just listening to what was working and what was not working. That was phase one, which we called Finding the Foundation. That produced a summary document. And then, and I should also add, a lot of this work was guided by our profile of a graduate design team, and that was in Appendix A. You'll see a very long list of people from various hats in our state who helped guide those decisions, helped take all of the things that we heard and boil them down into a summary document, which then formed the basis
of producing our draft, which I hope you have a chance to look at in your packet. So for the first time, we have a profile, which is again, that distillation of kind of the hopes and dreams of what our state can produce. And I want to say our state and not just our K-12 system, because this document is bigger than what teachers alone can do. It's about partnering and networking with community members and other organizations to take our kids, and I'm passionate about this because I just graduated my daughter. She just graduated on Sunday, and I have my next daughter is soon to be a senior here in a few weeks when the school year ends. And so what do we want for our children, not only for our industry, but also for our communities, right? We're not just graduating workers, obviously very important, but we're graduating our neighbors and the people who will go out and contribute to our great state. And so what we have now is phase 2, which was we want to make sure that this captured what we thought we heard. We don't want to get this wrong. And so I'm going to hand this over to Coordinator Clapp, who has really been instrumental now in phase 2, which is near the end, but still ongoing. Dr. Clapp.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Thank you. I'm just trying to find that document. And so is it, did anybody way in the back of those? Okay. All right, thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Diana Clapp, Coordinator for the State Board of Education. Just very briefly, I'm excited to tell you where we're at in phase 2 of vetting this draft profile. So in phase 2 seeks to do 3 things that we're hoping to get from this phase. First, we want to educate as we continue to go out with this profile and put it in front of people. We want them to know that this draft profile was not written by the state board or even the design team. Okay? It came from the input that we received during phase 1. So at no point in time did the design team say, oh, Wyoming didn't mention this, we better add this. We haven't gotten there, that didn't happen. This is the summary of what we heard during phase 1. The other thing that we need to educate folks on with the profile is that many of the skills and mindsets you see on that profile are gained through experience. And we take participants through an activity where they think about a skill or mindset that causes your success today. And where did you learn that? Who did you learn that from? And it really brings that to the surface that these are experiences that students need to have in order to gain these skills and mindsets. And then the third is that the profile is a tool. It's not a set of standards. Graduation standards haven't been set yet. And it's not tracking. So when you look at that profile and you see that column for academic, and then you see career, very intentionally, the design team did not want an old vocational type of a tracking system, but rather to gain those mindsets and skills and knowledge that benefit all students, knowing that the future workplace goes into training, goes out of training, career changes, all of those things to meet the needs of Wyoming students. So we're going out to do that education, to gather more feedback. We'll take this feedback to the design team where they'll be able to refine the wording on that profile and then take it to the state board for consideration for final approval. So that's what we want to know. Did we capture your voice? Do you see it there in this document? And are these the aspirations and desires you have for your students, something that they can get behind and support and actually contribute to seeing it come to fruition? The next thing we wanted to see in these phase 2 vetting sessions was how schools and communities would interact with this profile. And so we tested the waters on that with 6 community sessions. It involved 9 communities. And we had groups come together. Some communities brought in mayors, juvenile justice, certainly business and industry, even students to the table to let them begin using that profile as a tool to talk about what would this look like in our community? How could we support this? And how could we work together with our students to bring this about? and it's a springboard for conversations, for expanding opportunities for students to engage in internships, work-based learning opportunities, project-based learning, capstones, possibly competency-based type learnings, but ways to get outside of the four walls of the classroom and make this come alive for students. So that's what we hope to gather during these phase 2 sessions. We've done, I said, the 6 community sessions. We're now doing virtual vetting sessions as well as survey input from stakeholders. I would share one statement that was made at one of the community sessions, and this was from a staff member who looked at the profile and said, "For the first time, I see what I do with students as valued and reflected in a state document." And what's so ironic about that, I thought, is, and the state didn't write it, the voices of the people of the state wrote this. It wasn't anything that came from the state board, but it was encouraging to hear that staff member say, I see myself here. I see the work that I do with students reflected. And they were great conversations, I would say, overall in these communities.
Mr. Furman?
Yeah, so just a couple points about the draft. You'll note a lot of what we think of as school fits in this little box here, which in that upper left-hand corner is demonstrate foundational knowledge and competencies in math, history, civics, science, reading and writing. That's what we think of as school, but the hopes and dreams of what we're working towards is obviously much more expansive. And obviously some of these are found in the standards, but engaging appropriately in civil discourse, that's what we heard, that we want Wyoming to be a place where we're still civil and friendly to each other, even when we disagree. I think the other thing that came through loud and clear, which is career and technical education versus college, that college versus career is a false barrier that makes no sense at all, because ultimately everything leads to a career. It's just when you go through school to get it. So sometimes you'll go straight into the workforce and then you'll need additional credits, an additional degree, or sometimes you'll spend 4 years getting your degree and then you'll go and start your career. But regardless, career and technical education is not separate from education. My daughter is a perfect example. She took AP classes and then she chose to skip an AP class so she could take a second level computer drafting, because she wants to be a mechanical engineer. And Skills USA afforded her the opportunity to go compete after school at a competition, and she is headed to nationals. And so she has the confidence and the desire now to be a mechanical engineer. And it wasn't all about getting those AP push credits that are the pathway for college necessarily. And so our students are living this new world where we keep talking wood shop and metal shop, but career and technical education is computer drafting. It's engineering. It's so much more than what the metal shop projects that I did not complete very well during my time. I think the other thing that was really important that we've discovered is our graduation rate in Wyoming is about 82%. But if you take 2 or more CT&E classes, it jumps up to 98%. Why? Because you see a purpose to going to school. It's connecting to a vision and a goal that you have for yourself. That should not be limited just to our welders, but also to our doctors and our lawyers. But right now, that's not an attribute that's happening outside of those CT&E courses. So CT&E in some ways provides a better model for all of education in terms of how to engage and get students excited about going to school when you've been doing it, you're on year 13, for example. Lastly, I'll make this point on phase 2. We have been hosting a lot of voices from the state, and a lot of great, fantastic things are happening. We have a bank being run by elementary students in Buffalo. We have Matitsi is helping students in high school get jobs and then volunteer in their community. What we're hearing is the ideal of profile of a graduate is happening right now. But what we're interested in is, why is it not happening more? And what are the barriers standing in between great ideas? And sometimes that comes back to just time, because every single one of those presenters is doing above and beyond what is required. They're doing it because it's the right work. how do we get more schools and more communities to embrace and get excited about the possibilities. That's what's the profile of a graduate is providing, and it's really exciting. Phase 3 then, take a step back. The whole purpose of this was to write those graduation standards. We haven't forgotten that. With this kind of guidance as our North Star, it will contribute to how we come and tackle that issue with performance standards. I also think it's provided a model for how to go and get meaningful feedback from our citizens over the work that we're doing. So the things aren't feeling like they're coming down on tablets from on high, but it does feel like together we're producing the rules, the guidance that we need for our schools and for our state. So that is profile of a graduate, unless you have anything to add that I skipped over. Okay.
Questions? The State Board of Education? Representative Summers?
Madam Chairman, thank you, and thanks for this. You know, I know it's like 4:15 p.m., but your first column, right? And you go down to accomplish this, students must possess a growth mindset where failure is recognized as part of a lifelong process. Now, I'm sure there's something tricky about that, but I wonder really why you have failure in there. And just the comment, you don't have to, you can tell me offline. And then the other thing is, I think it would be very worthwhile for you as chairman of the CTE board, right? To have a conversation with all of us, or at least explain what the process is, because we probably don't understand what the various roles are and how they interact. And so I think that would be useful, but not at 4:15 today. So thank you.
Mr. Furman, did you want to respond to any of that, or?
Thank you.
Then we'll do Senator Rothfuss and Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do have a quick question just regarding the timeline for when our CTE standards are up for review and redrafting. I don't know when that's coming up.
Madam Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, that is in a couple of years. It's slated for the 23-24 year.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And very briefly, because we are sensitive to time, how does that process currently work? It's my understanding it's not the Board of Education, but it's bringing together like a PJP and really putting in a lot of work from the community. Would there be anything prohibiting some of what we heard earlier with regard to bringing in, say, experts from industry as a part of that process? Thank you.
Mr. Furman or Mr. Hernandez, whichever.
Madam Chairwoman, through you. So that's our second presentation, is really going to dig into the standards process. And to your larger question, yes, we're looking for more ways to have more meaningful involvement into that process to make sure that our standards are what they need to be.
Representative Connolly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, it's late in the day, but I was thinking about this as I was reading it, and boy, it's been a long, long process to get to this point, is my recollection. That this was an endeavor that there was a big discussion about performance standards and changes regarding whether it's science. Actually, I think it goes back to what were the standards regarding science? What is it that we wanted our students to know before we should go and be changing standards every nanosecond was the argument, but it was years, that we should really understand what we want out of graduates. And so this began years and years ago. So what I thought was really interesting in looking at this, and it kind of goes a bit to Representative Summers wanting to know, what does this actual clause mean down here and about failure, but that every word in here seemed to me to be very carefully selected, including even the profile of a graduate and the use of students, because you could make the argument that any one of these elements should be for anyone in the state of Wyoming. So because of that, and so this is my question, but because of that, because it is a state board endeavor and it is a profile of a graduate, what's the expectations of a graduate? Does it also mean that this then is the expectation that our schools will be endeavoring to address each of these elements ultimately. And those will be reflected through our standards.
Mr. Furman?
Madam Chair, through you to Representative Conley. So no way can a school take this document and make sure and check it off that they were able to accomplish it. It's more to serve as an inspirational tool for the school in the community. So in the listening session that I got to contribute as dad in Sheridan, a lot of the conversations went about after school clubs, like how the Boy Scouts reach these ideals. And so the next question is, how do we get more students involved in activities and clubs that are doing these types of things? That's where the profile becomes helpful, because if we have heard, it's important that students or anyone within the system have knowledge of how to access community resources, both private and public. We have community health centers, right? We have all of these other organizations. And so the issue, I think, sometimes is we all exist in these separate silos and we all kind of duplicate our efforts. And I think the power of the profile is putting all of our best intentions for our students onto one document and then using it as a tool to see how can you step up and support a graduate. In terms of, for us on the state board, when we get to those standards, it's making sure, for instance, when we come back to our social studies standards, do we have standards that are approaching these aspirations? And that's where it becomes a tool for us as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, because that's what I was getting at, is that this was supposed to be an informational document, I thought, for the state board. And as you were going through your standards review, and it would be valuable to a broader group such as us, but that it was really designed in part to help guide you. Would you agree?
I would. I mean, the initial thing was to get us to knowledge for our graduation standards work. But I think its power is much, there's a lot more possibility in it than just doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Furman. I have a question. A friend of mine's a banker and passionate about teaching kids about personal finance. And so in just visiting with this individual, my understanding in my own community, we have the 3 big high schools, that there are some personal financial class offerings in 2, but not all 3 of the schools. And so I know it's listed in the basket, but as a skill, not as an academic. And so here I see it pop up again. And I think we're just missing generations of people that have these skills, myself included. I mean, this is something, I had to learn on my own. Poorly at times, I'm sure. Anyone want to critique my financial planning, but like, when does it start? How does this translate? I mean, meaningfully, if it's in the brown life column versus the green academic column, where it's kind of more in that mandatory, I can see where some of the skills about problem solving can be taught in different classes. But when it comes to some of that financial planning, I mean, that's a class for some high schools.
No.
So help me understand, just, this is kind of my problem with the basket in general, our expectations, our hopes. And that's one I grapple with. I'm gonna pull that one out. So tell me kind of how it ended up in the life category versus the academics, and is it because it was a skill and not in a different part of the basket? I don't know. But I just don't think we're getting there on that one statewide. And I don't mean to hurt anyone's feelings by saying that. There are some schools, I'm sure, that offer wonderful classes and are getting their kids there, but statewide, if we don't have performance measures, I don't know, I'm struggling with that one.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, that's exactly the feedback that we're taking back to the design committee now. One of the pieces, I think, say why it ended up under life. I can't be real specific about that, other than I know there was a lot of talk, particularly, well, actually it came from post-secondary as well as business and industry, that when that column out of all of these is out of balance or not managed well, the rest suffer. And so, and part of that were examples where people gave of getting a paycheck, spending the paycheck, not having gas to show up for work, and you're losing your job. I mean, just those types of things. I think that's where maybe the leaning toward, this is basics of life that you need to have a good handle on. Don't believe it was ever meant to be to the exclusion of the academics and the requirements of statute and standards for teaching personal finance. We're also hearing feedback during this phase 2 about many of these skills that really they go across to these areas of life. And so you may see some restructuring of the document that better supports that.
And I'll also add though, but this will serve our standards teams when they go to do the work on standards that will touch on personal finance. I mean, that's been excluded because we had no document that said it was important to include. And so now we have that document. And so I'm hoping that the profile does become something that helps with the standards teams, so that when they do their standards work and they look over the profile, they should be working hand in hand to realize this ideal.
Madam Chair, can I address something on that?
Yep, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so everybody does know, the math committee back in 2018 did identify per standard the ones that did connect to financial literacy. So that on the document is marked where it can connect, but then again, it is how it's implemented. And I think to your earlier statement, it really does come down to, what kind of courses are offered, or at least units within a math course, to make sure it's more connected. And so that's the struggle we have about how do we highlight that as more of a need of what needs to happen with these standards, instead of just hoping that they address it that way.
Further questions for the State Board or Department of Education? Representative Nyman?
Just a curiosity, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a curiosity question. It says, how, in the community column, it says, know how governing structures operate in a democracy. I thought we were a representative republic. Just out of curiosity.
I'm smiling because I was asking Dr. Clapp about what kind of feedback, what were some commonalities between the various groups she had heard, and that was one that had been noted. And so that's why we wanted to make sure we drafted it and then took it back out for more public. But you're echoing, yeah.
Okay, further questions? Alrighty, thank you for this, and we'll continue to monitor, and feel free to reach out to us if we can provide more feedback. Thank you.
And now we're here for standards, right? Do I have?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. So as the last conversation showed, standards has a lot of weight over what happens in our schools. I'm going to have Director Hernandez talk about the current process, and then I'll just finish up with a little bit of the work the State Board is doing on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So the current process for standards review has been in place since 2015 with the science standards that were adopted in 2016. Per statute 21-2304C, those standards, all standards in all content areas need to be reviewed at least once every 9 years, and there has to be an input collection before the board makes their vote for adoption. In that first paragraph of the memo, there are 4 links that I want to highlight for you. The first one is the standards review timeline, so that's out there for districts to know when a content area is up for review, so that they can know when they're looking at curriculum and resources. The second link is the implementation snapshot, again, so that districts will know when those standards that were adopted are to be implemented in their curriculum, instruction, and assessment system. And the State Board always gives them 3 full years to implement those standards when they're adopted. The next link is the design criteria that the committee creating the standards uses, and parts of that criteria include making sure that we produce citizens that are going to be globally and economically competitive, as well as be able to go on any track, college or career, post-secondary. And then the third one highlights the standards review process, and it's also page 3 of your memo. So that process shows the 4 phases that make up the standards review process that takes 12 to 24 months to do for each content area. I'm just going to highlight some main points out of the process, but you can see each of the chevron lines show you the phases, the stages in each of the phases. And in that, there are 3 different opportunities for input that is collected. The first phase is at the very beginning, before the standards committee even convenes. And in that, we collect community and educator input on what should that committee know as they start their work, why are these standards important. So this gives opportunity for everyone to give the comment of, for consideration of that committee of when they're doing that, when they're making those standards, what does that look like? What's important to highlight? What's important to make the committee aware of? The second opportunity is after they finish their draft version, before the board makes their vote to move forward in the process. And so that goes out for educators and community input again to look at the draft document and make some comment about whether they think it is ready to move forward or if they have any concerns that they find in them. And then the third phase is during the rules promulgation process. And that one is more to, highlight if there's any serious egregious issues to make aware. The Standards Review Committee makeup is a committee of 40 to 44 members that make up diverse representation with role within the geographic borders, making sure that we hit the four corners, the central area, and the reservation area as well as making sure we have diverse representation by the role in a school, in a community. And so we on that committee do have K through 16 educators, business and industry members, community members, citizens, parents, and even sometimes students have applied and been on the committee. With that, for our communication, we always make sure to do as much as we can to reach out there. So we have our superintendent's memo that goes out to let educators know. We also do a media release so that the general public knows. We also have our public input events that we go around. We used to do face-to-face and recently have done virtually so that we can collect that input in each of those phases and make everyone aware of what those standards look like. So every time we do an input collection, we do also start with about a 10-minute presentation just so that they understand how to read the document, what the standards are made up of, and what that looks like. And then we also have our standards newsletter and our Facebook and Twitter social media platforms that we put that out for everybody to know that that's out there and available for comment. Each of those comment periods are at least 45 days. And so with that, that is the process that we've been using for the last 6 years. And we've had, pretty good input, and we've definitely had really good representation on those committees. It has been a little bit more challenging more recently, as I'm sure, you've heard all day about teacher retention is getting more difficult. And so there's a lot that are getting overwhelmed with a lot of things, and that's getting a little bit more difficult. But I will say that the most proud part of my job is that these educators are very dedicated, and many of the educators the last 2 years during this pandemic have worked in evenings, nights, weekends, holidays to get this work done for the standards review committees. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions on the current process before handing it back over to Board Chairman Furman.
Okay, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I can't remember what year it was, but we kind of passed the whole Common Core thing in statute. And then it, the whole idea was to get rigorous standards, right? And so my concern, I guess, did we go overboard? Are we at the point where it's hard for educators to implement all these standards and survive, right? Are we getting things so complicated that, I can imagine your process, right? Where you get all these really top thinkers and everybody wants to pile everything on and we want to have the best of the best of the best. But at what point do you step back and go, is this implementable? Are we going to overburden teachers and students to the point that we can't function, or we don't have teachers that want to teach anymore because the standards have got so complicated or so layered that there's no time to breathe in the middle, right? And so help me out with all that, somebody.
Ms. Hernandez.
Madam Chairman, Representative Summers. Yes, we've been hearing that comment for the last year and a half. And I will say during the review process, there are 3 different parts to that are very complex. So each of the grade band groups, which is kindergarten through 2nd grade, 3rd through 5th grade, middle school and high school, convene in their small groups, create those standards, and have to come to complete consensus. And then the two elementary groups get together and the two secondary groups get together. And again, they look to make sure the learning progressions are solid, that there's no gap in the learning, and they bridge it if there is a need to. And then they come to complete consensus again. And then a third part of that is the K-12 group doing the exact same thing, making sure it's bridged across. As I've been reflecting on this with this comment, you know, I think that that's been a good process of making sure we have a solid progression, but also maybe we need to add in another little review to make sure it's not getting too big, because sometimes patching in the holes does make it bigger instead of actually looking to see where we could narrow it down. Also, the other part is with the Common Core standards that came into play in 2012, there are many parts to it. And so there may be a general standard, and then ELA specifically has part A, B, C, D, E, F, G sometimes. And with that, that was meant and intended to just really give a clear roadmap of what the expectation is and what the benchmarks to meet are in order to fully meet that standard for proficiency. In a way, the dichotomy here has been, do we give enough for the teachers to have a clear understanding of what that roadmap is and have the opportunity to equitably provide it across the state in an equal manner? Or, you know, is that what's loading it down and making it too much? And so that's the rub that we're dealing with right now.
Follow up?
Madam Chairman, thank you. Just a follow-up, and you know, and as we do this, we've always stated, and we do, according to our Constitution, basically, it's the districts have the right of curriculum, right? It's not us, the legislature. It's not the superintendent of public instruction. It's the local boards. But if we construct our standards to such a degree that there's no wiggle room for local control on curriculum, then I think we've failed that system somehow. And so I hope you do take a look at how we can back up, or we're not going to have teachers, you know. And the Common Core, I think we have advanced education, right? I mean, I think that we've at least advanced the top level of kids and their ability to reach a certain level. All kids aren't going to reach certain levels. And I just think we need to think now back at the educator in that local district that has to implement these, and how we can make that a more reasonable process. So I hope you guys will think about that. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, following
We can't hear you, Senator. Did we lose you?
No,
There he is.
my difficulties with the technology, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, following up on that, Representative Summers just articulated what's been for the past year or so a growing concern of mine on this whole standards area. And let me throw out a couple of considerations. It seems to me what's tolerable varies a bit by subject matter. It's one thing where you have, say, mathematics, where some of where things build in a fairly rigid fashion on what you've learned before, and you have to master a certain set of skills before you can go on to the next ones. And that's rather different from some of the other areas, for instance, in the humanities or the economics, political science areas. And I am concerned that there's a risk we will remove too much of the ability of the teachers to be creative where that's appropriate. Maybe there's two sets of standards, some of which are the core ones, and some of which are we'd like to see excellence in some of these areas, but not necessarily all of them. And the teachers should have a lot of discretion. struggling with how do we proceed in this area? Because I think it may be something where the committee does need to take a look and get a better understanding of what the specific standards in some of the key areas are and how they're being used and what effect they're actually having in the classroom. So I would hope we would continue as we go forward to look at this particular area and to I would like to consult with other committee members and see if there's some areas where maybe we ought to take a look at the standards with the specific intent of educating the committee on how they're working.
Did you want to respond?
Well, I can respond or I can move into my comments because I do believe we address a couple of these
Okay.
points. That's okay.
Briefly, Representative Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And just a note to staff, if you'd please send out the statute sites on standards, so we could take a look at that and how that's constructed, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Furman.
So as we were working on our profile graduate work, the one thing we did hear, both from community members and from our educators who presented directly to the board, was this feeling of load, being overloaded, overwhelmed. We know Sheridan 2, the district I'm from, has found a lot of success by focusing on priority standards, a few set of standards, and teaching those to mastery or working towards mastery. Because if you try to cover the whole content, you're teaching it, but that doesn't ensure students are learning it, right? And so that's been the flip in education with prioritizing standards and standards-based grading, is working to make sure students are learning, not just being taught some things and hoping for the best. With that, we are finding ourselves in a unique time because as you rightly noted, the Common Core Standards is very granular and very loaded. I took some time to go through just third grade to answer the question, what does a third grade proficiency score mean? Does it mean they can read? Well, it means they can read and write and listen and speak, and they can read informational text, and they can read informative text, and they can read text narratives, and they can find the feelings of the main antagonizer in a story and identify them. They can compare. I mean, the level of granularity in our level grade 3 standards is a lot. And yet, when we go to share how our students are doing, we think it means they can't read. And my son can forgive me, but as an 8th grader, he was proficient in the ELA standards for the first time this year as an 8th grader. That doesn't mean he couldn't read. It just means some of those more level detailed standards he wasn't proficient at yet. This is really good because it's a very high bar that we are working really, really hard in our education systems, in our classrooms to reach. But then it goes to that load. And then it goes to that issue of where do we have room for the profile of the graduate to do projects that connect the learning to their community, or projects that connect different standard sets together within the classroom, if we're just focusing on making sure that we're reaching proficiency. And so all of that to say, the state board is well aware that the system as it currently exists is producing robust standards, and that's great, but what are our opportunities to be a little bit more intentional about that, both on the front end from the state board side of things, and then on the back end. And so one thing we realized is the state board probably needs to be a little bit clearer on the front end of the standards work. So when these standards teams get together, they have some clarity over what the state board is hoping their work might touch on. Not to dictate what the standards need to be, but for example, with our health standards, the state board was very concerned about our state suicide rate. And when we got the standards after the work had been done, we felt that there wasn't enough robustness around helping students help their friends what to do when their friend is expressing suicidal ideation. And so that had to go back to the standards team to work on it subsequently. What we could have done is just really outlined that that's an issue for Wyoming, and we hope we can address it with our health standards. Again, with our profile of a graduate document, we can use some of those things that we've heard and talk to our standards team and say, our state really hopes that its graduates are financially literate. What can you do in the standards document to help reach that goal? So that's on the front end. To do that, we also want to, we know a lot of districts are already prioritizing standards. We are working with all of the standards sets now to prioritize those standards as a state level to reach our constitutional requirement for a uniform system. That hopefully will help focus a little bit of that load, but still accountability plays a role, and so we're trying to untangle what opportunities we have between standards and accountability to ensure we're not just saying nice things, but we're creating opportunities in our classrooms for ensuring all students are learning, but also having meaningful opportunities as they learn. And then, so that's the front end. A little bit more guidance is one of the recommendations that we're moving forward with. On the other side of it, we want to tap into our curriculum directors because they're the stakeholders in our state who have a view of all of the standards. The standards currently are produced each year in different silos. And so this set of teachers and community members have created these standards, and now they have to go fit into these standards. Where are the opportunities? Where are the overlap? How can we make sure that they work in concert with all of the other standards that have been produced to ensure that our kindergartners have a full set of standards that work together and we're not having overlapping standards or duplication, or we're not seizing opportunities that we might have. So right now we're calling that the straw design. We have our intention of how we can maybe improve the process just a little bit. We have some standards that we put on ice as we worked through improving our standards process. Now we're going to go take this idea back to those ones and see curriculum directors. What do you think about these? What do we have first? PE? These PE standards. How can we, when these come online, what's the load that you anticipate for your teachers? How can they assist your teachers and your system to ensure that Wyoming students are getting what they deserve?
I have a question. So I've looked at the Common Core and what's in there at 21.9, 101B, little I. And this is, it just organizationally drives me a little bonkers, right? So we have social studies, but then another component is government and civics, including state and federal constitutions pursuant to, and then a statutory citation. But if you read it, but if you dig into the standards page, then it says that this separate requirement in the basket is folded into social studies. So organizationally, like, we could cut that out, but then, because a few years ago, we added the American Indian Education Act for All, which says you were going to open up the social studies standards and address that issue there. And so it seems like, again, there's a disconnect. We're treating one area of the basket the same as another, but they're mushed together. We don't have content performance standards for humanities. And so this is just the disorganization, because I went through this, all the statutes down to what we require of the day of kids. You know, every month there's supposed to be a fire drill. And then my favorite topic is K through 2 foreign language. And I've talked to Ms. Hernandez about this. For other grades or for other content and performance standards, we have either by grade level or grade bands, but we don't for foreign language. So to your point, it's not unlike my computer, right? It's like a sticker on top of a sticker, and it just kind of looks kind of nutty. And so when I read those standards, it really is hard to like make sense of it. I don't know how teachers do that. And so I don't know if other states do this, but shifting more to grade bands, like every 8 years we do kindergarten, elementary, whatever, and then junior high, then high school, and then rotate it out differently. But I think there's overlap and there's gap and redundancy. And so, but this involves a conversation with us as far as how we organize what's in the basket. So get me caught up on that effort. I really care about this. I've been thinking about this for years.
Madam Chair, just today we were kind of exploring, and like I said, I've really been thinking about how we can remedy some of these things. And so I have been thinking of some exploration of what this could look like. One of the ones I just talked with Chairman Furman about today was potentially having an elementary band set that was more especially the non-core, having that all connected together in one place. For the board committee, I had presented a grade 2 and a grade 4 that had all of the standards all together so they could see what that looks like, and made me think that that might be a better approach for those elementary teachers instead of having 10 different versions to go look through. The difficulty there is just it's going to change constantly as a new set's adopted each year or every other year. So I've been exploring some of those ideas, thinking about what that looks like, making sure we, make it look more connected and cohesive instead of isolated and different. One thing that the board did approve in 2020 was to have a more uniform look of the standards, and that's helping, I believe. We just haven't had too many of those actually cross through the finish line to be noticeable to anybody yet. So eventually those will at least look similar. And then also to help my staffs put together all of the standards in an Excel book. And so each of the tabs at the bottom is for a different content area, and then it's more of a listed version instead of having, pages and pages and pages to look through.
Well, I know it's getting late. We need to keep the conversation going, but, to the extent that requires a statutory change so that your requirement isn't to look at math every 8 years or whatever the year number. And I'm happy to be the bad guy that has that bill, not with the goal of adding more to the plate, but with the goal of identifying redundancies, overlap, highlighting gaps. I think that could be really helpful for lightening the load. Not today, but I'd like to explore like what legislation you need to really support you in that effort. Because I'm tired of like this sticker. That's what reading those standards, that's what it feels like, is just sticker upon sticker upon sticker. So, further questions for our panelists? Oh, sorry, Representative Obermuller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Not a question, just a observation and a thank you to you, Mr. Furman, and your associates. This looks to me like a lot of work, a lot of hours, a lot of listening, a lot of travel. The personal sacrifice to get it to this point, I think, is pretty obvious. It's been tremendous. So I just want to encourage you to stay with this. I think it's leading to a good place. It's worthwhile, and just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so much, committee members, for hanging in there. Thank you, panelists. Mr. Furman?
Just in closing comment, I just want to say thank you, Representative Obermuller. The thanks doesn't really go to me. It goes to Diana. It goes to Julie at the WSBA. And I think the hallmark of the board right now is we are networking and collaborating because that's producing good products. So even the conversation we're having with standards, we're doing that right now together, just with the sole purpose of what's best for kids and what's best for Wyoming. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we have Brian Farmer and Kevin Mitchell, if you'd like to address that or this topic.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Kevin Mitchell, Wyoming Association of School Administrators. And once again, we have a small working group. We're going to focus our discussions on opportunities for public participation. That's the title of this agenda item. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Coley-Shadrick.
Madam Chairman, fellow committee members, I'm just going to turn it right over to my colleague so that she can get on the road.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Paige Fenton Hughes. I'm the superintendent at Converse One, and I do apologize, but I have to lead a workshop at 6, so I'm going to say my piece assigned by Coley, and I'm going to hit the road. Coley asked me today to address with you all, because I think we're a little unsure where you want to go with this interim topic, and you can probably give us some guidance today. The difference between curriculum, resources, and standards. I think there's some confusion about that. So my job today is just to talk about what they've already said to you as standards. I think we're clear on that. That gives us a target, so our teachers know where they need to go. As Chairman Furman said, we pare those down, we prioritize those. And then we usually purchase a resource, but that resource is not our curriculum. So if you're looking at a Houghton Mifflin text, you're looking at a Holt, you're looking at your algebra book or your American government book or something like that, that is not our curriculum. That's a resource we use that is supplemented by our teachers, maybe expanded, parts taken out. We don't teach cover to cover, I hope. We don't, do we, Cole? We don't teach cover to cover. And then the curriculum is the path that our teachers and our staff design to get us to that target using those resources. And that's, as Representative Summers said, that's a local decision. That's what our boards, our PLCs, our administrators help us determine so that we can get our kids to a level of proficiency on those standards. Is that my job? Okay. I'll answer. And Madam Chair, I'd like to just say one thing before I go. In reflection on these standards, this curriculum issue, our talk about CTE and where we're moving our kids. We've spent a lot of time the last 2 days talking about funding education, what we provide to our students so we can provide for a future that we're envisioning for them. And I want to have you think a little bit that they might not want to live in our future. So our kids are real smart and they know what they want to do and they're real good at it. And I don't know that it's exactly what we think they should do. So I hope we create a system where we give them the opportunity to pursue their dreams, not our dreams for them. So.
Questions for Ms. Fenton Hughes before she goes? No, just to your point, I think that's the rub, right? I mean, when I talk to my kids, they want to be social media influencers. Like, I don't know who's going to plumb my house, right? Like, so we're sorting through some of that, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Nice.
That's unfair to them. They actually don't, but I hear plenty of that chatter.
All right, so Madam Chairman, committee members, thank you so much. My job was just to kind of just bring a local perspective. You've heard the state, you've heard the, the state board, the WDE, and to, Representative Summers' point, I sure hope there's a lot left for us to interpret, to bring to our communities at that local level. You heard a lot about, the mental health of our teachers. I guarantee you that trying to prioritize standards and trying to get your expectations met are high on their list. Not one of our teachers comes to do a malicious, poor job at school. They come to do the very best they can. And sometimes it's an unspeakable task and an undoable task, impossible task. So we have to prioritize that. But the other thing is when we talk about resources and the concept of parent, community, and stakeholder involvement, there's a lot of politics around that. And there was some legislation last year about having them put more work and put things to be more transparent on the websites. I'm going to caution you, you heard about a lot of mental health. A lot of the things that we expect of our teachers at the local level is to have stakeholder input. Make sure those people are understanding what you're doing in their classrooms. We have those resources in our boardrooms before we ever move them into the classroom. We are having conversations with syllabus and all those online resources at the Canvas level, the Google Classrooms. I sure hope that you allow us to keep and maintain that local level so that we can keep those teachers healthy. Because one more task to try to, I don't think it's a problem, and that's what the data that we surveyed all of our superintendents. How many times have you had a parent come and ask you about a resource? Again, Mrs. Fenton Hughes talked about the distinction between curriculum and resources. How many times have you had that? 134. How many times has that escalated to a formal complaint, challenge? 15. That is 44 of your 48 districts. The local processes are working. The local policies are working. And so I've asked my board chair, Mr. Casey Tillard, to kind of just speak to the importance of that local decision to be able to speak and keep those controls.
Let's make sure we're on topic. That bill is not on our agenda right now.
No,
so-
it's not, but we're talking about resources, so thanks.
Yep, the topic right now is profile of a graduate, content and performance standards, opportunities for public participation.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you. I have a whole list full of notes. Is this thing working? I can't tell, but anyways, I'm not gonna get to all of them. To be real brief, Representative Summers, we're there. There's too many standards. Our teachers are frustrated. Us as board members are frustrated. We're taking away minutes from lunch, so teachers have time to hit what they call priority standards. If they're not all priorities, why make them standards? Why do our teachers have to go in and wheedle them down to priorities? Why are they there if they're not all priority standards? So there's just too many. And then on top of that, they're teaching to a test. Okay, here's what we're getting tested on. So that's what they're deeming their priority, not what's best for our kids. Us as board members and community, we don't get to determine what's priority anymore. Our teachers are based on what the standards are. We've lost a ton of control there. I'm also a father. I have a twin 14-year-olds, one of them severe nonverbal autism, the other one is a 9-year-old. My 14-year-old couldn't sign his name on a check because nobody's taught him cursive. Had to teach him that, you know. He tried to write his mom a letter. He read Shakespeare in English and did a PowerPoint presentation on it, but couldn't write his mom a poem in cursive because he didn't learn it. He knows his signature and that's it. So those are priorities. You know, he can't budget, doesn't know how to do personal finance, can't do a check because that's not a priority standard in what we're teaching in math these days. He's in pre-algebra, but he can't balance a checkbook. I mean, not many people can. You run your debit card and it tells you how much money you're left. We're having to spend money on counselors, and not that I disagree, but social emotional support. Did you guys need that when you were kids? I didn't. I had friends. You didn't email them, you didn't text them, you talked to your friends. There were no school shootings. I didn't know anybody that committed suicide ever until I was, you know, an adult. Those weren't issues when we were kids, but we were allowed to be kids. Our kids it's a minimum amount of time for lunch, and they're marched in, they're marched out. They don't get, how many different ways can you teach colors and numbers to kindergartners? But yet we're always having to approve new curriculum, new resources because somebody invented a new way to teach blue and 4. I don't know. I don't get it, but that's what they come to us with. So those are the things we're doing as board members. We're not determining what's important to our community. We're jumping through the hoops that, no offense, that you guys lay at our feet. And it doesn't feel like we're doing much anymore other than trying to juggle this budget, much like you guys do. Here's what we tell you have to spend it on. We can't do what we want with it anymore. What's important to our community. So I had other things, but we're running long, but that was it. And I guess I'm passionate about it. And I see my kids come home and the things they talk about that they've dealt with and had to see, but they can't tell their teacher because their teacher's too busy doing things. Those were our emotional supports when we were kids, your teachers and your friends. And they can't text them or email them, it doesn't happen. So that's all I have unless you guys have questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for presenters? Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Is there any public comment online? Has anyone registered?
Madam Chairman, we have one person online, but she has not indicated that she wishes to testify. I've tried to move her into the room a couple of times, and I'm just not having any luck.
Okay. Anyone in the room want to testify? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. I don't know that we have any committee directives, but I don't think that this topic's completely complete yet either. Is that a fair assessment? Probably a continuation for our next meeting. I would say I would like to visit with your group about how do we maybe rethink how we organize that, the basket, what are your requirements of revising the standards? How do we maybe take a different look at it? If you're open to that conversation, I would like to have that. And maybe if we get it ready in time for the next meeting, great, but maybe beyond that, we can see how we do. Anyone else have any directives for this particular topic before we finish up? Okay, seeing none, the next meeting will be in September 6th and 7th, and that'll be in Cheyenne. a reminder, there'll be a meeting on October 10th, which will be a hybrid in-person virtual meeting with JAC, and that'll be on ECA matters. And then the final meeting will be November 15th through 16th in Cheyenne. LSO, is there anything that you needed to remind committee members of?
Madam Co-Chair, just one other thing, if there is anything that we haven't covered right now that's going to require some research or some work from the LSO, potential bills that may be drafted, this would be a good time to let them know.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, I don't know if you're still listening online, but one of the topics that we have on our interim is dealing with school governance. I just kind of had an extraordinary work couple of months, and so we'll be reaching out to LSO to see if I can put something together to let you know what my concerns are and discuss some possible ideas of how we could get there. But essentially, what happens if you have parents that complain to a school district about, serious things happening or not happening? What happens next? What kind of rights are afforded, or what kind of process should those complainants be afforded? I hear about this a lot in my community. I've been reading some really troubling articles from across the state. And so this is an important topic to me. So I just wanted to make you all aware that that is something I hope to bring something more concrete to you in September.
Madam Chairman.
How about we do Representative Summers and then Senator Scott?
Madam Chairman, thank you. And just to the state board folks on the whole issue of standards, I would really like you guys to review our statutes and see if we are the ones that are overwhelming you in that whole process, and whether we can do something meaningful to lighten that load and allow a little more flexibility.
Okay, Senator Scott.
Madam Chairman, with regard to the governance issue you were talking about, I would say to the committee, I think this is going to be a very difficult one to deal with, because there's a balance to be struck in a lot of these issues where parents or somebody else brings a major problem to you. Right now, we tend to say, well, we can't comment. Too many of the elected officials are giving the advice, you can't comment on that. You might have to sit in judgment on it. And so you never get a chance to tell the community what you're actually doing about a problem. And we have an obligation, I think, to tell the public what we're doing about problems, and balancing off the preserving objectivity where we're going to have to make a judgment and informing the community. We haven't got that balance right yet. That's going to be a difficult one to deal with in statute, I think. So, Madam Chairman, thank you for working on that. But my warning to the rest of the committee, this is going to be a tough issue.
Fair enough, indeed. Any other comments from other members? Representative Connolly, that's right.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You had asked if there would be any kind of a directive or request to LSO, and I am the one who put the issue of suspensions and expulsions on the interim committee topic list. And just know that I will be in contact with you regarding, practices and perhaps statutory changes that we might be looking for.
Hey, anyone else? Seeing none, our meeting's adjourned. Thank you.